You've got your sunrise, you caught a prize, your mate and your Johnson. Party nights, summer whites, your friends and your Johnson. Rooster tails, water trails, your kids and your Johnson. Saturday nights, distant lights, your girl and your Johnson.
You and your Johnson, a way of life for over 50 years.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him. Gessler to his men was crying, but before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are the
tie.
fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to play these two songs because I think they both have pretty important messages for what we're going to get into today. One, clear eye, keen eye, steady heart. I think we'll need to keep those in mind as we go forward, but also, keep a little bit of the rage y'all have been feeling. hold on to that. Because there's a little bit needed in in our current time. We need that rage. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Kev from Mars. Hello, Sorry You're Blue. Hello, Amador. Hello, Charlie Jinmir. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Indicat. Hello, Walking Neon Carpet. Hello, Eferna Alessandre Zumil. Hello, Tasmiley's Hero. You guys are really challenging my ability to pronounce names on the fly here. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Rain Beastie. Hello, Michael Reich. Hello, Sophie Bliss. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Shamaniacal, the Shamanite. Hello, Alan Ayres Dresner. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Armor and Quills. Hello, Rosie. Hello, Somniostatic. I am worried about you that the folks in chat who are like, this is going to keep me sane, because, like, holy moly, prepping this show today did not make me feel sane. I can tell you that much. Hello, Emily Sweetness. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Somniostatic. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Aska. Hello, Double Chinsy. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, BBBBBBB. Hello, Soup Jet Guy. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Electra. Hello, King Kerplunk.
Starting in with that longbow energy, like where the mapple's at. Eyes keen as a shimp on the wing. Nerd face.
There you go. Yes, exactly. We need that kind of energy. We need that. All right. I can think of a few places you might find some apples. They're not conventional, unconventional apple places. As the case may be. Hello, Cajun Fish Inbound. Hello, Sierra. Hello, Brutus Magnuson. Hello, Judy Phillips. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, Nasty Redacted. Hello, one and all. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Stoutman. Hello, one and all. And Ashley, thank you, as always, for helping to invent the internet. Always appreciated. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello. So many different people. Yeah, oddly enough, in this age of needing to be aware of where the apples are at, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. It's very odd. Something to keep in mind. Today I tried to go to my party meeting and the building was locked, but it wasn't a total loss. I networked a little and had great conversation with older African Americans about failing empires and autocracy. Well, that's great. I'm glad you had some good convos. Sorry that the building was locked, though. That sucks. Hello, transfem princess. Almost said priestess, but you're a princess. My bad.
Back
Hello,
from my
Story the
vacation,
Bard.
how bad is it?
Ha 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 ha. Don't ask me questions like that. Story the Bard, thank you for the $5 dono. I prepped an entire show. Okay, I have a very cohesive show planned for today, so we're not going to get derailed too much. That being said, I am going to let one story derail me because it made me so unbelievably angry as I was about to go live with this show. And so, you know what? We're hopping into a segment, everybody. Just remember, like the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, do the things, hit the buttons, share it around, do your bit. Consider dropping those subs and donos, but here we go. Buckle in. So, folks, you know how there's a news outlet called the New York Times, right? I just really want to emphasize to you guys that a lot of the best news coverage you're going to get is not in the mainstream news apparatuses. And, like, I think I found the thing that will really hammer this home to basically everyone. Okay? And it's a news piece published today at 5:36 p.m. Eastern Time. So not that long ago. But this piece made me so unbelievably irate that I have to go over it with you guys. Okay? I have to. And I do apologize because honestly no one should ever expose the New York Times to anybody cuz oh god, it's like a disease. But you'll have to forgive me. I need to inoculate you, okay? Here we go. Canada as the 51st state? In electoral terms, Trump's idea favors Democrats. And if you're like, Jack, why are you reading it like that? Why are you reading it in a goofy voice? Because this is basically the amount of goofiness you have to have in order to write a headline like that, dog. Like, I'm sorry. In what world do you think America goes and invades one of its closest allies and you keep electoral democracy? Like, genuine question. How cooked does your brain have to be where you're like, you see, you haven't thought of the electoral consequences of invading Canada, you fools, you buffoons? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me with this right now? It should all sound like the SpongeBob mocking voice. It really should, because it is honestly... Oh my god. Bringing Canada into the United States, however farcical the prospect may seem, would alter the political map in a way likely to cost Republicans. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me with this right now? Oh yeah, dog. Yeah, we'll definitely enfranchise the country we just took over. Are you fucking kidding me? The New York Times. What are you doing? Like, I know that this is supposed to be to the lowest common denominator in the fancy cocktail circuit, but like, this is truly like pea-brained shit. Like, you can't even call this journalism. This is I don't know, like literary diarrhea. This is like watching someone who calls themselves a journalist take a shit in their pants while picking their nose, completely oblivious to like everything happening around them. Like, are you kidding me? Peter Baker, a man who has the audacity under this headline to call himself a reporter reporting in from Washington. Diarrhea has substance. You're right. I apologize to diarrhea fans everywhere. As President Trump looks north and repeatedly presses his case to absorb Canada as the 51st state, politically minded Democrats who are otherwise outraged by almost everything else about his agenda find themselves contemplating a potential electoral boon, should it ever happen. Fuck you, Peter! What the fuck are you doing? What do you mean? This is honestly, like, if you told me this was written by like somebody who was the product of 12 generations of inbreeding, I'd believe you. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Dog! Yeah, do you think, hey guys, do you think that maybe invading Canada might have some potential political benefits? What are you doing? How is your political analysis this bad? You could literally get the guy in a tinfoil hat down at your local, like, drugstore corner to give you better political analysis than this. Oh my God. What was the name of the author again? This is Peter Baker for the New York Times. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, dog. Canada is just gonna definitely be okay. Just fully integrate immediately into the United States. They'll be right there in the 2028 election. Republicans haven't thought about that, five-head. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, obviously solidarity with all of my Canadian viewers. Fuck this guy. God. Surely after we invade them, they'll sing the US national anthem. Few in Washington take the prospect all that seriously, of course. Canada has made clear it has no interest in joining the United States, and Mr. Trump seems unlikely to send in the 82nd Airborne Division to force the matter. But if the idea appeals to Mr. Trump's grandiose sense of self as an empire-building historic figure, it could also undercut his own party's prospects. I can't. Dog. I can't. Like, I read a few paragraphs of this. I did not read the entire thing prior to this, but you know what? The farther in it I get, the angrier I become. Canada, a land of socialized healthcare, friendly immigration policies, and a commitment to protecting the environment, is not exactly MAGA territory after all. Making it a state, according to some early studies of popular opinion and voting patterns, would almost surely cost Republicans control of the House, trim their majority in the Senate, and make it harder for them to win the White House in future elections. How do you have any credibility, dog? How?
6 months, let's go.
How? Like, every single person involved with publishing this should be, like, barred from ever touching a computer or a smartphone or any electronic device. They should be forced to live in Amish communities for the rest of their days. Okay? Like, these people should not be allowed in polite society. Are you kidding me? Oh, but have you thought about the electoral externalities? Are you... I can't believe I'm saying this, but I strongly agree with Donald Trump, said former Representative Steve Israel of New York, who headed the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Canada is largely left of center, and making it the 51st state means more Democrats in Congress, and the Electoral College votes, not to mention providing universal health care and combating climate change. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, this is real. This is an actual piece in the New York Times. This is real. It's Israel. Are you sure that's not the New York Onion? No, it's the New York Times. I checked. Oh, God. I am so upset. With 40 million people and 3.8 million square miles, Canada would instantly become the largest and most populous state in the Union. Fuck off! Dog! Like, there is a part of me that directly connects this to the entire ineptitude of the Democratic Party. You know, it's like an Ouroboros. It's just feeding on itself, shitting into its own mouth constantly. And like, they read this stuff and they're like, huh, you're right. We should go Donald Trump into invading Canada. That will be great for our electoral chances. And it's just like, what the hell is wrong with you? You're the opposition party. Oppose them. Oh my God. Yeah, New York 2 did also notably produce George Santos, so they've always been a little bit cooked. That being said, let's continue. Whether Mr. Trump understands that absorbing Canada might be self-destructive for the Republican Party is not clear. He's never been particularly engaged by party building, nor demonstrated much concern about what happens politically after he leaves office. During the Dog. Okay. Not to tip my hand a little bit for like segments that I have planned for later in the evening, but real quick, we gotta talk specifically about when this guy leaves office, brah, when this guy who's quoting fucking Anders Breivik / Napoleon, when this guy leaves office, dog, he's not thinking about the consequences. He's literally going out in front of the country and announcing his intention to break the law in order to save the country. And you think he's going to leave office? The guy who did a coup last time? Are you fucking stupid? And I know that's rhetorical. Yes, you're stupid. He'll really regret this when Robert Mueller finally gets him. During the campaign last year, he told Christian supporters that you won't have to vote anymore after electing him in November. Huh, what a fool! What a goddamn fool! He didn't think about the political future of the Republican Party when he said that. He didn't think about the future of the Republican Party when he said you would never have to vote again. He didn't take into account the 2028 elections. Obviously. Unless, he's implying he's not going to leave office, Peter. God damn it. Sorry, the stereotype accent. I'm literally from Minnesota. You can't tell me that people don't talk like this because I've literally heard people talk like this. That's number one. And number two, I wasn't trying to do a Midwestern accent. I was trying to do a buffoonish accent. And, maybe that says something in my psyche that I related it to people who talk like that in my area. But you know what? I'm doubling down. I'm going to make it even stronger now. Of course, if that were to happen, it would be a political boon for Democrats, said Douglas Hay, a longtime Republican strategist. But that's not really even part of the discussion. Trump depends on the loud noises getting a reaction, and his batting record there is pretty high. Indeed, Mr. Trump talk of annexing Canada appears to be a way of trolling his northern neighbors as part of his pressure for trade and other concessions. Except, I'm a pause you right there. He hasn't gotten any concessions. In fact, he hasn't even issued any demands. When asked what he wanted to drop the whole tariffs on Canada thing, he said nothing. There was nothing they could offer him. God! Brilliant ploy to get exactly 0 things, sir. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada told a group of business leaders in comments that leaked out that he did not consider it a joke, but in fact a real thing. All 13 of Canada's provincial and territorial premiers traveled to Washington this past week as part of a joint mission to strengthen Canada-US relations and defuse the trade war that Donald Trump has begun. After the meeting, James Blair, a deputy White House chief of staff, said online that when it comes to Mr. Trump's comments on Canada becoming the 51st state, officials there should take what he says at face value. But the notion of Canada as a state, however farcical and unlikely, has, the thing is, just pause, just time out on this real quick. It's only farcical to America's political elite. It is not a joke to the people of Canada. The people who are being threatened with invasion. It's not a joke. It only seems like it to out-of-touch liberals who write long think pieces that completely lack thought in the New York Times. Oh, God. But the notion of Canada as a state, however farcical and unlikely, has intrigued the political class and been a source of parlor games in Washington. With 40 million people and 3.8 million square miles, Canada would instantly become the largest and most populous state in the Union, beating out all other 50 states combined in landmass and slightly topping California in population. Canada would also be even bluer than California politically, judging by past trends. Fuck off! What were those hats? Those were hats designed to say Canada is not for sale in response to MAGA trying to buy Canada, acquire Canada. God. It's just a troll. These people should be excised out of polite society. Canada would also be bluer than California politically, judging by past trends. Nearly 2/3 of Canadians, or 64%, told pollsters that they would have voted for Kamala Harris, while just 21% said they would have supported Mr. Trump, according to a survey by polling firm Legger. If Canada had 55 electoral college votes based on its population, that would have boosted Mrs. Harris's total from 226 to 281. Mr. Trump would still have won the 312 electoral college votes, but such a change would leave less margin for future Republicans, who would start each race assuming an additional 55 electoral college votes in the Democratic base. Then why are you talking about it? Guys, I'm just gonna pause right here and say something again that I've said previously in our trying times that we're currently in. When I was young, I did not understand how wide-ranging the violence of the French Revolution became. But like, as every single day goes by, I'm understanding how the business pitch for the guillotine became a much better idea as time went on. You know, I'm starting to get it a little bit more. That entrepreneurial spirit of the revolutionaries. I'm starting to understand it. Because this is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. The people who were involved in publishing this should feel ashamed at going out in public and putting their names and faces attached to this. God. Oh, but if we invaded Canada, think of the electoral college possibilities. Fuck off. Fuck all the way off. Just for clarification, not saying that we should do a French Revolution, just saying I understand it a bit better. As like, you know, someone with a historical degree or minor in a historical field. There we go. The bigger impact would be the House. John A. Tours, a professor of political sciences at LaGrange College in Georgia, analyzed what it would mean if 10 Canadian provinces were collectively brought in while the 3 Canadian territories were treated.
To Losetto, Canada, take us Maple Daddy.
Take us Maple Daddy? Yeah. Oh, God. What if the 10 Canadian provinces were collectively brought in while the 3 Canadian territories were treated by the United States as it treats its own territories like American Samoa, Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands, which have no votes for president? Why do they bother wondering about this shit? Unironically, it's for a couple of reasons. Number one, they are bored. And so for them, and number two, they just view this as a game. It's not real to these people. They have no skin in the outcomes. This guy, Peter, whatever his name is, Peter, I want to say Peter Brenner, but I know that's a character from Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Peter Baker. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine in his mind, regardless of what happens. It doesn't matter that, like, if things really go south, that, like, eventually this winds up on his doorstep, you know? Doesn't matter. They just don't think it's real. They are in their bubble. You know, did any of you ever watch the movie Elysium? It had Matt Damon in it. He plays a worker who gets injured in a construction accident, and he gets like a black market, what's it called? Exoskeleton. And then he breaks into like the bubble that all of the elites live in space or whatever. They all live in that space bubble. They are all, they view themselves as above it all and completely independent of what the little people on the ground do. And it's the exact same thing. You know, it's the exact same thing. Also, that movie is not subtle with its allegory, but it's very fun. You guys should watch it. It's good. I think it was not appreciated enough when it came out, but it's very, very good. Let's finish this. The bigger impact would be on the House. Wait, I already did that one. In that case, Republicans would lose their narrow majority in the House, according to Mr. Torres's calculations, which are based on the assumption that the number of seats would be increased to accommodate the new population, as was done regularly during the 19th century. Instead of winning 220 to 215 as they did in November, Republicans would have handed the gavel to Democrats, who would have a majority of 246 to 234. The members would be different if the current size of the House were maintained and its 435 seats simply redistributed based on population has been done over the past century, but the trend would be similar. If Canada were admitted as a single state, as Mr. Trump seems to envision, then its 2 Senate seats would presumably go to the Democrats. The Republicans' current 53 to 47 majority would be trimmed to 53 to 49. Not enough to change control of the chamber, but enough to make it harder for Mr. Trump to govern. These... What are you doing? Like... Dog, how do you like get up and look at yourself in the mirror as Peter Baker? And like, this is what you did with your time. Are you like, fuck, man? If each of the Canadian provinces were admitted as a separate state, then Torres figures that 5 new Senate seats would go to Republicans from the most conservative parts of Canada, 2 from Alberta, 2 from Saskatchewan, and 1 from Manitoba. And 15 from the other provinces would go to Democrats, flipping control. Yeah, because, you know, that's exactly how this would all work. When we're talking about invading Canada by an invasion being done by a fascist dictator. This is, guys, to give you an idea of what this would be like. This is like some German mainstream press outlet writing about how, like, the fool Hitler hasn't taken into account, like, the electoral possibilities that invading Austria will open up. Yeah, oh man, what if that fool thinks we'll just invade France and the electoral situation won't change? Are you fucking kidding me right now? They literally did that! That's why I was using it as an example! They literally did it! Oh, God. Isn't that what happened? Yes! The interesting part about that is that's what's actually happening. And I just want to say, we're getting to that later. His forecast, of course, is founded on the assumption that every conservative party in Canada would go to Mr. Trump's Republicans, and that Democrats would be able to build a coalition off the several Canadian parties to the left of conservatives, both of which are logical, if not certain inferences. Mr. Torres, who wrote about an earlier version of his analysis, said he's gotten feedback since then from Canadians. They aren't happy with Trump's tactics and threats, but some joked that they would appreciate the opportunity to take over our politics by giving votes to the Democratic Party to make us more them politically, he said. Guys, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. And I don't know how to verbalize it in a way that's productive. Oh my God. I want to be able to like give you guys more quips, but I'm just too angry. You know? Like, oh God. Honestly, this entire time, this is just like the vibe I've been feeling in my head. You know, like just that on repeat. It's just that on repeat throughout this entire article. All right. It could, however, become even more complicated. Douglas B. Sosnick, a longtime Democratic strategist, said it was possible that Quebec, which has already come close to seceding from Canada over the past decades, would be so disturbed at annexation by the United States that it would declare its independence at last. And it's like, what are you doing? What is this? What made you like this? What cruel, vindictive God has wrought this? Are you kidding me? Yeah, dog, this is all under the assumption that this is just America annexing Canada. No problem. It's not like they have a military. It's not like they have allies. And you know, they'll Quebec will just, you know, I think if Quebec can secede from the United States, then surely the rest of Canada could also secede from the United States. Wouldn't that beg the question of the rest of the Canadian territories seceding? And that being the case, would that not mean you would have to bring them back by means of force? I just you know, they bump into us and they just give it a polite, oh, sorry. How do people this stupid put on their pants in the morning? I'm genuinely asking. The Democrats would control Vancouver and Ontario province, but that's it with the rest of what is left of Canada supporting the Republicans, he said. None of the provinces actually want to join the United States, though, which is a real big problem for your entire argument. Why? Among all Canadian adults, just 15% support becoming part of their southern neighbor, while 77% oppose it, according to a YouGov survey. Even among conservatives, just 23% favor the idea, while 73% do not. So based on that, at least Mr. Trump should not get his hopes up, and neither should the Democrats. But it does not mean they cannot dream. Fuck you, Peter Baker. Canada is blue, Mr. Israel said. We'll take all the help President Trump wants to give us. I cannot express adequately my rage that, guys, it's not just one guy at the New York Times who writes this and like gets it to publish. There's like a publication process. And guys, you might think, oh, well, this is just some op-ed written by some nobody at the New York Times, right? This must be like some piece written by like some crazy, like, political operative who's just wandering around Washington, D.C. like a vagrant. Guys, I don't know how to break this to you. I don't know how to break this to you, okay? I don't know how to break it to you. I'm Peter Baker is the chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. He is covering his 6th presidency and sometimes writes analytical pieces that place presidents and their administrations in a larger context and historical framework. This guy is the main guy at the New York Times! Ah! Oh, God. So, yeah. If any of you wondered what the entire show was going to be about, we're going to get there. Everything is still bad, but I wanted you to know that this exists so you could also be angry at it and about it with me, because I can't be alone. I can't be alone in my recognition of how bad this piece is. Oh, God.
The worms are back. The worms are back.
Yeah, RFK Jr. spreading the brainworms throughout all the Washington Post editorials and the New York Times writers. It's like that episode at the end of season 1 of Star Trek, The Next Generation. People always forget about season 1 because it was bad. But I didn't.
This is me. I need to share this with the chat.
What is this? Yeah. 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 I cannot. Woo! Oh man. Is Derek IT Pro in chat? Just out of curiosity, is Derek IT Pro in chat? Because if so, I just saw you respond to me posting this article saying, you can't convince me this wasn't written by AI. This concept is too absurd to not come from the depths of an AI's hallucination. And my response to that is just, we found something worse than an AI hallucination, and it's New York Times chief correspondence. Yeah, there is something just so supremely inhuman and like unfeeling and uncaring about someone who can write so obliviously about the fate of tens of millions of people that the country he's currently in is threatening to invade. God. All right, so we've been going for about an hour now, folks. And I've already screamed myself a bit hoarse, so I'm going to try to conserve my voice a little bit.
Clown fascism baby.
King Kerplunk, thank you for the $5 dono. Also, Lady Rainclad, thank you for the $5 dono. Thanks to all the folks who dropped subs and donos. Joe Burt, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. I appreciate that. Folks, this is your top of the hour ad break. If you've been getting anything out of the show so far, aside from me screaming into the microphone, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Consider sharing it with your friends, your family, your neighbors, your dogs, your cats. Not your fish, though. I don't trust them. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not make it happen without you guys, and honestly, this coverage takes a toll on my body. I can't it's hard. And I know I'm just sitting in a chair, but like the mental damage I take on a day-to-day basis is really hard to put into words. Wait, why did it start speeding up? Dono Alien, Archangel the Cobb, thank you for the $20 dono. I appreciate it. Jesse Andrasek, thank you for the $2 super chat and for sharing the stream on Blue Sky. Appreciate it. And Gay Jordan B. Peterson, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate that immensely. Oh, God.
I hope America takes notes from other countries, like India, that have had over a decade of fascism. People actively oppose it now in increasing numbers. I fear you all may not, and hope you all will.
Yeah, Boy Meets Minnie. I need to do more content about
I
the situation in
wholeheartedly
India.
agree. Never trust a fish. They know what they did.
They broke the pact. The Sea Pact. Sophie Bliss, thank you for the $5 Canadian. You've got a lot of friends here in the States. Our leadership notwithstanding.
Chat, all of you roll 10d20 of psych damage.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to the real psychological damage. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Arachnomancy, I'm real sorry to hear about your cat. We're all here for you. You got this. I lost my dog, I guess a while ago now, but it still hurts. You are not alone. Whew. You're seeing Jack's Jokerification live. I promise I'll rein it in a little bit more, okay? Oh, God. All right. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Arachnomancy. You did the best you could. Don't be too hard on yourself. Whew.
There's no point in being grown up if you can't be childish sometimes.
True! Although, your history of donos leads me to think that maybe you're quoting a film, and I don't know that film.
It's tough, but everyone has to stay strong. Rock the BWA.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And Ashley J. Curtis, thank you for the similar 5 tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate you two. Your support has meant the world to me for the last several years, and I hope I continue to earn that confidence. Okay. Let's see here. You should merge all of the chats into one giga chat. I wish I could, but I don't have that ability. Am I familiar with Thought Slime? I am. Whew. Okay, folks. Time for me to open up stream the way I intended it to. So let's jump right in, okay? That was a fun diversion, believe it or not. Fun diversion. Okay. So, one of the things I wanted to talk about today, folks, is a guy by the name of Thomas Paine. Okay? So, folks, there's this guy named Thomas Paine, and apparently, like, he wrote this pamphlet called Common Sense or something. I don't know. Sounds really conservative. Something that I bet will be in every single classroom come the reforms of the Donald Trump administration. And that being said, you know, the hero worship of old-timey political figures is a bit of a double-edged sword for Republicans. Okay? And what I mean by that is we're going to read through the entirety of Common Sense right here on stream. We're going to open up the stream with a reading of Thomas Paine's Common Sense. And I think that it might help you to have a little bit of hope with where we're going to go, even should worse things happen. Okay? Because Thomas Paine, historically, number one thing he despised above all other things: tyranny. And, well, I, for one, think that maybe it would be a really bad thing for a fascist government to, you know, for the fascist government, you know, for its longevity, to implement a program that really hero worships founding fathers, you know? But let's dive into it, huh? I think, unfortunately, there may be a bit of resonance here that is maybe a little unfortunate. But that being the case, we're gonna jump into it. Oh my god, I accidentally pulled this out. Ugh, there we go. Oop. Cool. Common Sense by Thomas Paine. Thoughts on the present state of American affairs. Keep in mind, this was written in the 1700s, folks. In the following pages, I offer nothing more than simple facts, plain arguments, and common sense, and have no other preliminaries to settle with the reader than that he will divest himself of prejudice and prepossession, and suffer his reason and his feelings to determine for themselves that he will put on, or rather that he will not put off, the true character of a man, and generously enlarge his views beyond the present day. Volumes have been written on the subject of the struggle between England and America, Men of all ranks have embarked in the controversy from different motives and with various designs, but all have been ineffectual, and the period of debate is closed. Arms as the last resource decide the contest. The appeal was the choice of the king, and the continent has accepted the challenge. It hath been reported of late that Mr. Pelham, who, though an able minister, was not without his faults, that on his being attacked in the House of Commons on the score that his measures were only of a temporary kind, replied, "They will last my time." Should a thought so fatal and unmanly possess the colonies in the present contest, the name of ancestors will be remembered by future generations with detestation. The sun never shined on a cause of greater worth. 'Tis not the affair of a city, a county, a province, or a kingdom, but of a continent, of at least 1/8 part of the habitable globe. 'Tis not the concern of a day, a year, or an age. Posterity are virtually involved in the contest, and will be more or less affected even to the end of time by the proceedings now. Now is the seed time of continental union, faith, and honor. The least fracture now will be like a name engraved with the point of a pin on the tender rind of a young oak. The wound would enlarge with the tree, and posterity read it in full grown characters. By referring the matter from argument to arms, a new era of politics is struck. A new method of thinking hath arisen. All plans, proposals, and prior to the 19th of April, i.e., to the commencement of hostilities, are like the almanacs of the last year, which, though proper then, are superseded and useless now. Whatever was advanced by the advocates on either side of the question then terminated in one and the same point, vis-a-vis a union with Great Britain. The only difference between the parties was the method of effecting it, the one proposing force, the other friendship. But it hath so far happened that the first hath failed, and the second hath withdrawn her influence. As much hath been said of the advantages of reconciliation, which, like an agreeable dream, hath passed away and left us as we were, it is but right that we should examine the contrary side of the argument and inquire into some of the many material injuries which these colonies sustain, and always will sustain, by being connected with and dependent on Great Britain. To examine that connection and dependence on the principles of nature and common sense, to see what we have to trust to if separated, and what we are to expect if dependent. I have heard it asserted by some that as America has flourished under her former connection with Great Britain, the same connection is necessary towards her future happiness, and will always have the same effect. Nothing can be more fallacious than this kind of argument. We may as well assert that because a child has thrived upon milk, that it is never to have meat, or that the first 20 years of our lives is to become a precedent for the next 20. But even this is admitting more than is true. For I answer roundly that America would have flourished as much, and probably more, had no European power taken any notice of her. The commerce by which she hath enriched herself are the necessaries of life, and will always have a market, while eating is the custom of Europe. But she has protected us, say some. That she has engrossed us is true, and defended the continent at our expense as well as her own is admitted, and she would have defended Turkey from the same motive, vis-a-vis for the sake of trade and dominion. Alas, we have been long led away by ancient prejudices and made large sacrifices to superstition. We have boasted the protection of Great Britain without considering that her motive was interest, not attachment, and that she did not protect us from our enemies on our account, but from her enemies on her own account, from those who had no quarrel with us on any other account, and who will always be our enemies on the same account. Let Britain waive her pretensions to the continent, or the continent throw off the dependence, and we should be at peace with France and Spain, were they at war with Britain. The miseries of Hanover, last war, ought to warn us against connections. It hath lately been asserted in Parliament that the colonies have no relation to each other but through the parent country, i.e. the Pennsylvania and the Jerseys, and so on, for the rest are sister colonies by way of England. This is certainly a very roundabout way of proving relationship, but it is the nearest and only true way of proving enmity. or enemy ship, as if I so may call it. France and Spain never were, never perhaps will be, our enemies as Americans, but as our being subjects of Great Britain. But Britain is the parent country, say some. Then the more shame upon her conduct. Even brutes do not devour their young, nor savages make war upon their families. Wherefore the assertion, if true, turns to her reproach. But it happens not to be true, or only partly so, and the phrase parent or mother country hath been Jesuitically adopted by the king and his parasites, with a low papistical design of gaining an unfair bias on the credulous weakness of our minds. Europe, and not England, is the parent country of America. This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty from every part of Europe. Hither have they fled, not from the tender embraces of the mother, but from the cruelty of the monster. And it is so far true of England that the same tyranny which drove the first emigrants from home pursues their descendants still.
Thank you for reading that pamphlet. I will suggest clipping this segment for your channel.
Oh, I will, One-Eyed Heathen, don't you worry. I did it for fascism, I'll do it for this. In this extensive quarter of the globe, we forget the narrow limits of 360 miles, the extent of England, and carry our friendship on a larger scale. We claim brotherhood with every European Christian and triumph in the generosity of the sentiment. It is pleasant to observe by what regular gradations we surmount the force of local prejudices, as we enlarge our acquaintance with the world. A man born in any town in England divided into parishes will naturally associate most with his fellow parishioners, because their interests in many cases will be common, and distinguished by the name of neighbor. If he meet him but a few miles from home, he drops the narrow idea of a street, and salutes him by the name of townsman. If he travel out of the country and meet him in any other, he forgets the minor divisions of street and town and calls him countryman, i.e. countryman. But if in their foreign excursions they should associate in France or any other part of Europe, their local remembrance would be enlarged into that of Englishmen. And by a just parity of reasoning, all Europeans meeting in America or any other quarter of the globe are countrymen. For England, Holland, Germany, or Sweden, when compared with the whole, stand in the same places on the larger scale, which the divisions of street, town, and county do on the smaller ones. Distinctions too limited for continental minds. Not 1/3 of the inhabitants, even of this province, Pennsylvania, are of English descent. Wherefore, I reprobate the phrase of parent or mother country applied to England only, as being false, selfish, narrow, and ungenerous. But admitting that we are all of English descent, what does it amount to? Nothing. Britain, being now an open enemy, extinguishes every other name and title, and to say that reconciliation is our duty is truly farcical. The first king of England, of the present line, William the Conqueror, was a Frenchman, and half the peers of England are descendants from the same country. Wherefore, by the same method of reasoning, England ought to be governed by France. Much hath been said of the united strength of Britain and the colonies, that in conjunction they might bid defiance to the world, but there is mere presumption. The fate of war is uncertain. Neither do the expressions mean anything, for this continent would never suffer itself to be drained of its inhabitants to support the British armies in either Asia, Africa, or Europe. Besides, what have we to do with setting the world at defiance? Our plan is commerce, and that, well attended to, will secure us the peace and friendship of all Europe, because it is the interest of all Europe to have America a free port. Her trade will always be a protection, and her barrenness of gold and silver secure her from invaders. I challenge the warmest advocate for reconciliation to show a single advantage that this continent can reap by being connected with Great Britain. I repeat the challenge. Not a single advantage is derived. Our corn will fetch its price in any market in Europe, and our imported goods must be paid for them where they will. Europe is too thickly planted with kingdoms to be long at peace, and wherever a war breaks out between England and any foreign power, the trade of America goes to ruin because of her connection with Britain. The next war may not turn out like the last, and should it not, the advocates for reconciliation now will be wishing for separation then, because neutrality in that case would be a safer convoy than a man of war. Everything that is right or reasonable pleads for separation. The blood of the slain, the weeping voices of nature cries, "'Tis time to part." Even the distance at which the Almighty hath placed England and America is a strong and natural proof that the authority of the one over the other was never the design of heaven. The time, likewise, at which the continent was discovered adds weight to the argument, and the manner in which it was peopled increases the force of it. The Reformation was preceded by the discovery of America, as if the Almighty graciously meant to open a sanctuary to the persecuted in future years, when home should afford neither friendship nor safety. The authority of Great Britain over this continent is a form of government which sooner or later must have an end. And a serious mind can draw no true pleasure by looking forward under the painful and positive conviction that what he calls the present constitution is merely temporary. As parents, we can have no joy knowing that this government is not sufficiently lasting to endure anything which may bequeath to posterity, or which we may bequeath to posterity. And by a plain method of argument, as we are running the next generation into debt, we ought to do the work of it. Otherwise, we use them meanly and pitifully. In order to discover the line of our duty rightly, we should take our children in hand and fix our station a few years farther into life, that eminence will present a prospect which a few present fears and prejudices conceal from our sight. Though I would carefully avoid giving unnecessary offense, yet I am inclined to believe that all those who espouse the doctrine of reconciliation may be included within the following descriptions: interested men who are not to be trusted, weak men who cannot see, prejudiced men who will not see, and a certain set of moderate men who think better of the European world than it deserves. And this last class, by an ill-judged deliberation, will be the cause of more calamities to this continent than all the other three combined. Now, I'm going to pause here and say, he is speaking forcefully against people who want to reconcile themselves with the tyrant, people who want to, come back into the fascist fold, as it were. And here, in this particular portion, he is talking about the dangers of the white moderate and the damage that the call constantly for moderation can have when it's moderation without reason. When in the face of sufficient cause, moderation is the goal in and of itself. And that, I think, is incredibly applicable to the times we're in. What are we reading? Common Sense by Thomas Paine. Now I will continue. It is the good fortune of many to live distant from the scene of present sorrow. The evil is not sufficiently brought to their doors to make them feel precariousness with which all American property is possessed. But let our imaginations transport us a few moments to Boston. That seat of wretchedness will teach us wisdom and instruct us forever to renounce a power in whom we can have no trust. The inhabitants of that unfortunate city, who but a few months ago were in ease and affluence, have now no other alternative than to stay and starve or turn out to beg. Endangered by the fire of their friends if they continue within the city, and plundered by the soldiery if they leave it, in their present situation, they are prisoners without hope of redemption, and in a general attack for the relief they would be exposed to the fury of both armies. Men of passive tempers look somewhat lightly over the offenses of Great Britain, and still hoping for the best, are apt to call out, "Come, come, we shall be friends again for all this." But examine the passions and feelings of mankind. Bring the doctrine of reconciliation to the touchstone of nature, and then tell me whether you can hereafter love, honor, and faithfully serve the power that hath carried fire and sword into your land. If you cannot do all these, then you are only deceiving yourselves, and by your delay bringing ruin upon posterity. Your future connections with Britain, whom you can neither love nor honor, will be forced and unnatural, and being formed only on the plan of present convenience, will in a little time fall into a relapse more wretched than the first. But if you say, you can still pass the violations over, then I ask, hath your house been burnt? Hath your property been destroyed before your face? Are your wife and children destitute of a bed to lie on, or bread to live on? Have you lost a parent or child by their hands, and yourself the ruined and wretched survivor? If you have not, then you are not a judge of those who have. But if you have, and can still shake hands with the murderers, then are you unworthy then are you unworthy the name of husband, father, friend, or lover, and whatever may be your rank or title in life, you have the heart of a coward and the spirit of a sycophant. This is not inflaming or exaggerating matters, but trying them by those feelings and affections which nature justifies, and without which we should be incapable of discharging the social duties of life or enjoying the felicities of it. I mean not to exhibit horror for the purpose of provoking revenge, but to awaken us from fatal and unmanly slumbers, that we may pursue determinately some fixed object. It is not in the power of Britain or of Europe to conquer America if she do not conquer herself by delay and timidity. The present winter is worth an age if rightly employed, but if lost or neglected, the whole continent will partake of the misfortune, and there is no punishment which that man will not deserve, be he who or what or where he will, that may be the means of sacrificing a season so precious and useful. A season, I might add, we may be presently ourselves in. It is repugnant to reason, to the universal order of things, to all examples from former ages, to suppose that this continent can longer remain subject to any external power. The most sanguine in Britain does not think so. The utmost stretch of human wisdom cannot, at this time, compass a plan short of separation, which can promise the continent even a year's security. Reconciliation is now a fallacious dream. Nature hath deserted the connection, and art cannot supply her place. For, as Milton wisely expresses, never can true reconcilement grow where wounds of deadly hate have pierced so deep. Every quiet method for peace hath been ineffectual. Our prayers have been rejected with disdain, and only tended to convince us that nothing flatters vanity or confirms obstinacy in kings more than repeated petitioning, and nothing hath contributed more than the very measure to make the kings of Europe absolute. Witness Denmark and Sweden. Wherefore, since nothing but blows will do, for God's sake, let us come to a final separation and not leave the next generation to be cutting throats under the violated unmeaning names of parent and child. To say they will never attempt it again is idle and visionary. We thought so at the repeal of the Stamp Act, yet a year or two undeceived us. As well may we suppose that nations which have been once defeated will never renew the quarrel. As to government matters, it is not in the power of Britain to do this continent justice. The business of it will soon be too weighty and intricate to be managed with any tolerable degree of convenience by a power so distant from us and so very ignorant of us. For if they cannot conquer us, they cannot govern us. To be always running 3,000 or 4,000 miles with a tale or a petition, waiting 4 or 5 months for an answer, which when obtained requires 5 or 6 more to explain it in, will in a few years be looked upon as folly and childishness. There was a time when it was proper, and there is a proper time for it to cease. Small islands not capable of protecting themselves are the proper objects for kingdoms to take under their care, but there is something very absurd in supposing a continent to be perpetually governed by an island. In no instance hath nature made the satellite larger than its primary planet, and as England and America, with respect to each other, reverses the common order of nature, it is evident they belong to different systems, England to Europe, America to itself. I am not induced by motives of pride, party, or resentment to espouse the doctrine of separation and independence. I am clearly, positively, and conscientiously persuaded that it is the true interest of this continent to be so. That everything short of that is mere patchwork, that it can afford no lasting felicity, that it is leaving the sword to our children and shrinking back at a time when a little more, a little farther would have rendered this continent the glory of the earth. As Britain hath not manifested the least inclination towards a compromise, we may be assured that no terms can be obtained worthy the acceptance of the continent, or any ways equal to the expense of blood and treasure we have already put to. The object contended for, ought to always bear some portion to the expense. The removal of North, or the whole detestable junto, is a matter unworthy the millions we have expended. A temporary stoppage of trade was an inconvenience, which would have sufficiently balanced the repeal of all the acts complained of, had such repeals been obtained. But if the whole continent must take up arms, if every man must be a soldier, it is scarcely worth our while to fight against a contemptible ministry only. Dearly, dearly do we pay for the repeal of the acts. If that is all we fight for in a just estimation, it has great a folly to pay a Bunker Hill price for law as for land. As I have always considered the independency of this continent as an event, which sooner or later must arrive, so from the late rapid progress of the continent to maturity, the event could not be far off. Wherefore, on the breaking out of hostilities, it was not worth the while to have disputed a matter which time would have finally redressed, unless we meant to be in earnest. Otherwise, it is like wasting an estate on a suit at law to regulate the trespasses of a tenant, whose lease is just expiring. No man was a warmer wisher for reconciliation than myself before the fatal 19th of April, 1775. But the moment the event of that day was made known, I rejected the hardened, sullen-tempered Pharaoh of England forever, and disdain the wretch that with the pretended title of father of his people can unfeelingly hear of their slaughter and composedly sleep with their blood upon his soul. But admitting that matters were now made up, what would be the event? I answer, the ruin of the continent, and that for several reasons. First, the powers of governing still remain in the hands of the king. He will have a negative over the whole legislation of this continent, and as he hath shown himself such an inveterate enemy to liberty and discovered such a thirst for arbitrary power, is he or is he not a proper man to say to these colonies, you shall make no laws but what I please? And is there any inhabitant in America so ignorant as not to know that according to what is called the present Constitution, that this continent can make no laws but what the king gives it leave to? And is there any man so unwise as not to see that, considering what has happened, he will suffer no law to be made here, but such as suits his purpose? We may be as effectually enslaved by the want of laws in America as by submitting to laws made for us in England. After matters are made up, as it is called, can there be any doubt but the whole power of the crown will be exerted to keep this continent as low and humble as possible? Instead of going forward, we shall go backward, or be perpetually quarreling, or ridiculously petitioning. We are already greater than the king wishes us to be, and will he not hereafter endeavor to make us less? To bring the matter to one point, is the power who is jealous of our prosperity a proper power to govern us? Whoever says no to this question is an independent, for independency means no more than whether we shall make our own laws, or whether the king, the greatest enemy this continent hath, or can have, shall tell us there should be no laws, but such as I like. I don't know, I'm finding this to be somewhat resonant at the moment. Moving on. But the king, you will say, has a negative in England. The people there can make no laws without his consent. In point of right and good order, there is something very ridiculous, that a youth of 21, which hath often happened, shall say to several millions of people, older and wiser than himself, I forbid you this or that act of yours to be law. But in this place I decline this sort of reply, though I will never cease to expose the absurdity of it, and only answer that England being the king's residence and America not so, make quite another case. The king's negative here is 10 times more dangerous and fatal than it can be in England, for there he will scarcely refuse his consent to a bill for putting England into as strong a state of defense as possible, and in America he would never such a bill be passed. America is only a secondary object. I'm just going to pause here real quick. Thomas Paine actually went to England later in his life to advocate against the crown until his advocacy against the tyranny of the King of England got him run out of the country. So this is a guy who was really against tyranny. All right? Just throwing that out there, okay? Carrying on. America is only a secondary object in this system of British politics. England consults the good of this country no further than it answers her own purpose. Wherefore, her own interest leads her to suppress the growth of ours in every case, which doth not promote her advantage, or in the least interferes with it. A pretty state we should soon be in under such a second-hand government, considering what has happened. Men do not change from enemies to friends by the alteration of a name. And in order to show that reconciliation now is a dangerous doctrine, I affirm that it would be policy in the king at this time to repeal the acts for the sake of reinstating himself in the government of the provinces, in order that he may accomplish by craft and subtlety in the long run what he cannot do by force and violence in the short run. Reconciliation and ruin are nearly related. Secondly, that as even the best terms which we can expect to obtain can amount to no more than a temporary expedient, or a kind of government by guardianship, which can last no longer than till the colonies come of age. So the general face and state of things in the interim will be unsettled and unpromising. Emigrants of property will not choose to come to a country whose form of government hangs but by a thread, and who is every day tottering on the brink of commotion and disturbance, and numbers of the present inhabitants would lay hold of the interval to dispose of their effects and quit the continent. But the most powerful of all arguments is that nothing but independence i.e., a continental form of government, can keep the peace of the continent and preserve it inviolate from civil wars. I dread the effect of a reconciliation with Britain now, as it is more than probable that it will be followed by a revolt somewhere or other, the consequences of which may be far more fatal than all the malice of Britain. Thousands are already ruined by British barbarity. Thousands more will probably suffer the same fate. Those men have other feelings than us who have nothing suffered. All they now possess is liberty. What they before enjoyed is sacrificed to its service, and nothing more to lose, they disdain submission. Besides, the general temper of the colonies toward a British government will be like that of a youth who is nearly out of his time. They will care very little about her. And a government which cannot preserve the peace is no government at all, and in that case we pay our money for nothing. And pray, what is it that Britain can do, whose power will be wholly on paper, should a civil tumult break out the very day after reconciliation? I have heard some men say, many of whom I believe spoke without thinking, that they dreaded an independence, fearing that it would produce civil wars. It is but seldom that our first thoughts are truly correct, and that is the case here. For there are 10 times more to dread from a patched-up connection than from independence. I make the sufferer's case my own, and I protest that were I driven from home to home, my property destroyed, my circumstances ruined, that as a man sensible of injuries, I could never relish the doctrine of reconciliation or consider myself bound thereby. The colonies have manifested such a spirit of good order and obedience to continental government as is sufficient to make every reasonable person easy and happy on that head. No man can assign the least pretense for his fears on any other grounds that such as are truly childish and ridiculous vis-a-vis that one colony will be striving for superiority over another. Where there are no distinctions, there can be no superiority. Perfect equality affords no temptation. The republics of Europe are all, and we may say always, in peace. Holland and Switzerland are without wars, foreign or domestic. Monarchical governments, it is true, are never long at rest. The crown itself is a temptation to enterprising ruffians at home, and that degree of pride and insolence are attendant on regal authority swells into a rupture with foreign powers in instances where a republican government, by being formed on more natural principles, would negotiate the mistake. If there is any true cause of fear respecting independence, it is because no plan is yet laid down. Men do not see their way out. Wherefore, as an opening into that business, I offer the following hints, at the same time modestly affirming that I have no other opinion of them myself than that they may be the means of giving rise to something better. Could the straggling thoughts of individuals be collected, they would frequently form materials for wise and able men to improve into useful matter. Let the assemblies be annual, with a president only, the representation more equal, their business wholly domestic and subject to the authority of a continental congress. Let each colony be divided into 6, 8, or 10 convenient districts, each district to send a proper number of delegates to Congress, so that each colony send at least 30. The whole number of Congress will be at least 390. Each Congress to sit and to choose a president by the following method. When the delegates are met, let a colony be taken from the whole 13 colonies by lot, after which let the whole Congress choose by ballot a president from out of the delegates of that province. In the next Congress, let a colony be taken by lot from 12 only, omitting that colony from which the president was taken in the former Congress, and so proceeding on till the whole 13 shall have their proper rotation. And in order that nothing may pass into law but what is satisfactorily just, not less than 3/5 of Congress to be called a majority. He that will promote discord under a government so equally formed as this, would have joined Lucifer in his revolt. But as there is a peculiar delicacy for whom or in what manner this business must first arise, and as it seems most agreeable and consistent that it should come from the intermediate body between the governed and the governors, that is, between Congress and the people, let a continental conference be held in the following manner and for the following purpose. A committee of 26 members of Congress, vis-a-vis 2 for each colony, 2 members of each House of Assembly or Provincial Convention, and 5 representatives of the people at large to be chosen in the capital city or town of each province for and in behalf of the whole province by as many qualified voters as shall think proper to attend from all parts of the province for that purpose. Or, if more convenient, the representatives may be chosen in 2 or 3 of the most populous parts thereof. In this conference, thus assembled, will be united the 2 grand principles of business, knowledge and power. The members of Congress, assemblies, or conventions, by having had experience in national concerns, will be able and useful counselors, and the whole, being empowered by the people, will have a truly legal authority.
Trump tried unsuccessfully for decades to flip apartments. Now he's trying to flip planes.
Oh, we'll get to it, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. The conferring members being met, let their business be to frame a continental charter or charter of the United Colonies, answering to what is called the Magna Charta. Magna Carta? He says Charta here, but I'm going to call it the Magna Carta because Charta just seems wrong, of England. Fixing the number and manner of choosing members of Congress, members of Assembly, with their date of sitting, and drawing the line of business and jurisdiction between them, always remembering that our strength is continental, not provincial, securing freedom and property to all men, and above all things, the free exercise of religion according to the dictates of conscience, with such other matter as is necessary for a charter to contain, immediately after which the said conference to dissolve in the bodies which shall be chosen conformable to the said charter, to be the legislators and governors of this continent for the time being, whose peace and happiness may God preserve. Amen. Should any body of men be hereafter delegated for this or some similar purpose, I offer them the following extracts from that wise observer on governments, Dragonetti. The conscience, says he, of the politician consists in fixing the true point of happiness and freedom. Those men would deserve the gratitude of ages who should discover a mode of government that contained the greatest sum of individual happiness with the least national expense. But where says some, but where, say some, is the King of America? I tell you, friend, he reigns above and doth not make havoc of mankind like the royal brute of Britain. Yet that we may not appear to be defective even in earthly honors, let a day be solemnly set apart for proclaiming the charter. Let it be brought forth, placed on the divine law, the word of God. Let a crown be placed thereon, by which the world may know that so far as we approve as monarchy, that in America the law is king. For as in absolute governments the king is law, so in free countries the law ought to be king, and there ought to be no other. But lest any ill use should afterwards arise, let the crown at the conclusion of the ceremony be demolished and scattered among the people whose right it is. I think that paragraph is well worth engraving into all of our minds. A government of our own is our natural right. And when a man seriously reflects on the precariousness of human affairs, he will become convinced that it is infinitely wiser and safer to form a constitution of our own in a cool, deliberate manner, while we have it in our power, than to trust such an interesting event to time and chance. If we omit it now, some, Massanello, may hereafter arise, who, laying hold of popular disquietudes, may collect together the disparate and discontented, and by assuming to themselves the powers of government, may sweep away the liberties of the continent like a deluge. Should the government of America return again into the hands of Britain, the tottering situation of things will be a temptation for some desperate adventurer to try his fortune. And in such a case, what relief can Britain give? Ere she could hear the news, the fatal business might be done, and ourselves suffering like the wretched Britons under the oppression of the conqueror. Yet ye that oppose independence now, ye do not know what ye do. Ye are not opening a door to eternal tyranny. Ye are opening a door to eternal tyranny by keeping vacant the seat of government. There are thousands and tens of thousands who would think it glorious to expel from the continent that barbarous and hellish power which has stirred up enemies to destroy us, I'm going to say. He uses some old-timey language that I do not want to use for Native Americans and African Americans. That being said, worth noting, Thomas Paine, a strident abolitionist. The cruelty hath a double guilt. It is dealing brutally by us and treacherously by them. To talk of friendship with those in whom our reason forbids us to have faith, and our affections wounded through 1,000 pores instruct us to detest, is madness and folly. Every day wears out the little remains of kindred between us and them, and can there be any reason to hope that as the relationship expires, the affection will increase, or that we shall agree better when we have 10 times more and greater concerns to quarrel over than ever? Ye that tell us of harmony and reconciliation, can you restore us the time that is past? Can you give to prostitution its former innocence? Neither can ye reconcile Britain and America. The last cord now is broken. The people of England are presenting addresses against us. There are injuries which nature cannot forgive. She would cease to be nature if she did. As well can the lover forgive the ravisher of his mistress, as the continent can forgive the murderers of Britain. The Almighty hath implanted in us these unextinguishable feelings for good and wise purposes. They are the guardians of his image in our hearts. They distinguish us from the common animals. The social compact would dissolve and justice be extirpated from the earth, or have only a casual existence where we callous to the touches of affection.
I see Jack is reading the work of infamous cultural Marxist Thomas Paine. Truly someone so radically opposed to the all-powerful government must be an agent of the left.
Yep, for sure. The robber and the murderer would often escape unpunished, did not the injuries which our tempers sustain provoke us into justice. O ye that love mankind, ye that dare oppose not only the tyranny, but the tyrant, stand forth. Every spot of the old world is overrun with oppression. Freedom hath been hunted round the globe. Asia and Africa have long expelled her. Europe regards her like a stranger, and England hath given her warning to depart. Oh, receive the fugitive and prepare in time an asylum for mankind. And that, my friends, is Thomas Paine's Common Sense in its entirety. For the record, Thomas Paine did not drop the hard R, just, not the N word, but like one of the less bad N words that I, as a white person, don't feel comfortable saying on stream. So, folks, I think that we can all agree that this is quite quite applicable to the times we live in. Guys, I think you can I think you can understand what I'm saying. The one that the Spanish word for black that I don't feel comfortable using to refer to black people. Yes. Come on now. It's just dated language, not cancelable language, but I'm still going to err on the side of, you know, not going there. So, that being said, it's too cringe. Oh, Paladin Lost will. I have an entire section of the stream dedicated to liberals being milquetoast white moderates, and don't worry, we'll get there. Yeah, guys, I know other people used it. It's just dated in a way that I'm not going to use on stream. Come on now, understand my position. Also, you guys can just go read Common Sense for yourself. It's not copyrighted. You can go read it. You can go figure that out.
When are we going to have the "Are you culturally Marxist or ethnically Marxist" discussion?
Oh God, I genuinely, I feel like conservatives are already actually having that discussion behind closed doors. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Sakya Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Also, Julie the Ghost, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that as well. So, yeah. I don't know. Thomas Paine really hated tyranny. I really hate tyranny. And, you know, the fact that this is applicable to our current time and our current situation should be pause for thought. What are you going to do? That's just a baseline question that I think each of us needs to ask. You don't have to have an answer right now. You don't have to have an answer tomorrow. But think about it. Turn it over in your mind. What are you willing to do? What can you do? And, you know, what are our circumstances? So, which side are you on? What's a shimp to do? Already have my answer. I swore an oath to the Constitution. Hell yeah. That's what I like to see. What is to be done? What is to be done is something we each must look into our own hearts to figure out. Organize with like-minded individuals and prepare, folks. Now, I think that was a worthwhile use of our time. We are now 2 hours into stream, folks. If you've been getting anything out of the stream today, hit that follow button over on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. Share the stream with your friends, your family, your neighbors, your coworkers, the strangers you pass on the way to work every day. Do it. Do it now. But not your fish. That's right. They can't be trusted. Their eyes go 2 different directions. Leaflets? Hell yeah. Also, I just wanted to say that I intend to create a new role in the community Discord. I haven't decided a name yet. Maybe like the the good shimps or something like that. I don't know. But name to be determined. And should we reclaim the upside down American flag? No, let's use the right side up American flag. One of the things people have been floating in the community is folks who want to get up to like online protesting. That online good trouble. Some digital jesters, as it were. And I think we're going to make a new role in the Discord to organize that type of protesting. So if you're interested in that, just let us know on the Discord. Yeah, the good shimp lollipop. Something. Not exactly trolling, but
My pet Garami
adjacent.
is offended by your anti-fish rhetoric, but I still like her content, so here's some money.
Zia Spots, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Because I know that there is a horrible problem going around right now with the Trump administration. They're opening a lot of online tip lines. And it'd be a real shame if people were to like get involved in some kind of coordinated effort to, just mistakenly put a lot of tips in there, to get a little confused. So anyway, that's the kind of stuff, proactively avoiding putting bad stuff like that out there would be the goal of this group of tiny jesters. You guys keep saying trolling. I don't think you guys are understanding what I'm suggesting here. Absolutely not am I suggesting trolling or shenanigans or anything like that. You guys just don't get it. Can I be a jumbo shimp? Yeah, look, if anything, it would just be a group of people who are being informed of what not to do. Okay, I just want people who are really dedicated to following the rules getting together to talk about how to not follow the rules. It's not, they get together to talk about how to follow the rules appropriately. Sorry, I mixed up my words a little bit there. Yeah, exactly, Nomi Sunrider. You get it. Totally non-malicious compliance. Exactly. the most benign compliance you can imagine. That's what, yeah, exactly. Exactly, you get me. One of the only people in chat who seems to understand. Just a bunch of rule followers getting together, you know? Anyway, moving right along. Yeah, shimpnanigans. There you go, Gamer G. You understand the spirit. Whew! All right. Who's ready to get into... Sorry for being annoying earlier. You weren't being annoying. Beep boop. All right. Folks, it's time for us to jump into a new segment. Let's see. What should we cover next? Pluvius, unfortunately, too many things keep thinging, so we're not going to be doing analog horror tonight. Gotta refresh these tabs. Gotta refresh these tabs. Okay. We refresh the tabs. So, folks, there's this guy named Eric Adams. And I don't know, I guess he did some crimes? I don't know. But I guess we'll talk about it a little bit. So our story starts with Eric Adams, you know, not that long ago, being indicted in the course of a federal corruption investigation. And he vowed, of course, to fight valiantly against such smears against his reputation. Now, you'll notice that this was initially published September 25th, 2024. And wouldn't you know it, ever since that date, Eric Adams has been courting the favor of one Donald J. Trump. Okay? And, well, wouldn't you know it, not that long ago, one Donald J. Trump, back in December of 2024, said he would consider pardoning Eric Adams. Now, this is interesting because a pardon has not happened, largely because it would be politically embarrassing to do so. It would be, pretty blatant corruption in a way that a lot of people would take note of. Even your most brain dead political pundits wouldn't really be able to wiggle out of that one. And, well, to that end, Donald Trump and his cronies devised a different way of doing a pardon, okay? Specifically, what they decided to do was once they came into power in the new administration, they would meet with Eric Adams and they would basically tell him, hey, we are going to drop this case against you. And in exchange, you, as the mayor of New York City, are going to allow ICE officials to come in and do whatever they want in the city. We are going to do that. And, honestly, if we want anything else, you're going to help us do that too. And Eric Adams said, okay, yes, please. I don't want to go to prison because, well, you see, it wasn't just like your run of the mill charges. Okay. The charges against Eric Adams are specifically, let's see here. Yes. Receiving illegal luxury benefits like free international flights from Turkish officials, and in return, allowed the Turkish consulate to open in the city without a fire inspection, which is very strange. He also set up a straw donor scheme to inflate the numbers of his grassroots supporters and donors. He also defrauded the city of New York out of $10 million with said scheme. So he made himself look good while also stealing $10 million of the city's money. Okay? And in total, he's facing 5 counts of corruption that include wire fraud, bribery, conspiracy, and soliciting campaign contributions from foreign sources. Okay? So that's what he's been staring down the barrel of. And so he jumped at a chance to get out of those charges. And the Trump administration jumped at the chance to, offer him a way out in exchange for favors. Now, in case you guys are unaware of this legal concept, what was being offered by the Justice Department is typically what's called a quid pro quo. And for those of you who are not up on your legal language and ramifications, that is super illegal. It is, in fact, really illegal to offer a trade of that nature. And, well, that has led to what is being called the Thursday Afternoon Massacre. Okay? Now, this is, of course, a reference to the Saturday... Is it morning? Saturday night? Saturday Night Massacre. There we go. Which was famously done under Nixon, and it basically ended Nixon's political career. The idea being, you tell someone to do something blatantly illegal, they refuse and resign, and then you tell the next person in line to do something blatantly illegal, they refuse and resign, and you continue on down the chain until you reach, the janitor of whatever building, and they say, yeah, all right, and your plan continues. Okay? And, well, it turns out that, yeah, there's some wild shit going on as a result of this. Like, maybe this isn't getting reported on by like every single network, but it kind of should be, because this is basically like the political equivalent of like a small nuclear bomb going off in the field of like judicial ethics and, you know, law. It's crazy. It's all the entire legal landscape of America can talk about right now. So let's dig into this a little bit. Let's take a look at this great piece that came out on the 14th by Ryan Cooper and David Dane for the American Prospect. Very specifically here. Okay. Adams has been begging Trump for a pardon ever since last November's election. Remarkably, as the New York Times reports, Bove negotiated personally with Adams' lawyers. And Bove here is, I believe, the Attorney General of the United States, I believe. Including Alex Spiro, who also works for Elon Musk, and Bill Burke, who's worked for the Trump Organization to iron out the agreement. Oh, also, Bove is Donald Trump's personal lawyer who got appointed to the job. So, all the people involved in this are directly connected to Donald Trump. Yeah, he's the acting attorney general. Yeah. God. As Bove's order explained, the charges would be dismissed without prejudice, meaning they could be brought back later. So part of what makes this all very disturbing is that they effectively blackmailed the New York City mayor, one of the most powerful political figures in the country. They blackmailed him to basically turn him into a puppet mayor. Oh, yeah, sorry, Pam Bondi is the Attorney General. My bad. Even saying that felt crazy to me. But anyway, let's just take a look. So basically, as we worked our way through different prosecutors, different lawyers here, eventually what happened is described by Barb McQuaid here. Department of Justice leadership has put all public integrity section lawyers into a room with 1 hour to decide who will dismiss Adams' indictment, or else all will be fired, sending them strength to stand by their oath, which is to support the Constitution, not the president's political agenda. And well, we found our saps. We found our janitors who are willing to push it all through. But this story is still very complicated, and we're going to talk about it a lot more, okay? So let's first start by taking a look at Danielle Sassoon's letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi. This is annotated by the New York Times, which thankfully it was not annotated by Peter Baker. But figured we'll go through the letter here. And I know I read some of this the other day. We're going to do it again. Dear Attorney General Bondi, I'm just going to do this so I can see a little better, read it a little better. There we go. Dear Attorney General Bondi, on February 10th, 2025, I received a memorandum from Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove, directing me to dismiss the indictment against Mayor Eric Adams without prejudice, subject to certain conditions, which would require leave of court. I do not repeat here the evidence against Adams that proves beyond the reasonable doubt that he committed federal crimes. Mr. Bove rightly has never called into question that the case team conducted this investigation with integrity and that the charges against Adams are serious and supported by fact and law. Mr. Bove's memo, however, which directs me to dismiss an indictment returned by a duly constituted grand jury for reasons having nothing to do with the strength of the case, raises serious concerns that render the contemplated dismissal inconsistent with my ability and duty to prosecute federal crimes without fear or favor and to advance good faith arguments before the courts. Now, one thing to note here is that Danielle Sassoon clerked for Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia. Danielle Sassoon here is a deeply, deeply conservative woman. And what's really interesting here, right, is that I think that this kind of shows the schisms at play in the current attempt by fascists to take over the US government. They assume that anyone who is nominally conservative is going to go along with the fascist takeover of America, not quite realizing that not all conservatives are fascists. Yes, Antonin Scalia is maybe one of the most conservative members of the Supreme Court in living memory. And, well, Danielle Sassoon was an acolyte of his. She deeply believes in federalism as a concept. Or, sorry, in the Federalist Society. She's an originalist when it comes to the Constitution. And so we're seeing here that these things do not perfectly line up. And that the people who are being placed in positions of power haven't really reckoned with the fact that those positions of power within our government do not allow them to unilaterally impose fascism upon those below them. And that's interesting. I think that speaks to larger cracks in this fascist attempt to take over our democracy than we tend to think of. And that is good news for us, frankly. It's good news for us. But let's keep going. When I took my oath of office 3 weeks ago, I vowed to well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I was about to enter. In carrying out that responsibility, I am guided by, among other things, the principles of federal prosecution set forth in the Justice Manual and your recent memoranda instructing attorneys for the Department of Justice to make only good faith arguments and not to use criminal enforcement authority of the United States to achieve political motives or political objectives or other improper aims. I am also guided by the values that have defined my over 10 years of public service. You and I have yet to meet, let alone discuss this case. But as you may know, I clerked for the Honorable J. Harvey Wilkinson III on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit and for Justice Antonin Scalia on the U.S. Supreme Court. Both men instilled in me a sense of duty to contribute to the public good and uphold the rule of law, and a commitment to reasoned and thorough analysis. I have always considered it my obligation to pursue justice impartially, without favor to the wealthy or those who occupy important public office, or harsher treatment for the less powerful. I therefore deem it necessary to the faithful discharge of my duties to raise the concerns expressed in this letter with you, and to request an opportunity to meet to discuss them further. I cannot fulfill my obligations effectively, lead my office in carrying out my department's priorities, or credibly present the government before the courts if I seek to dismiss the Adams case on this record. The government does not have a valid basis to seek dismissal. Mr. Bove's memorandum identifies two grounds for the contemplated dismissal. I cannot advance either argument in good faith. As you know, the government may, with leave of court, dismiss an indictment under Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 48A. The principal object of the leave of court requirement is apparently to protect a defendant against prosecutorial harassment, e.g., charging, dismissing, and recharging when the government moves to dismiss an indictment over the defendant's objection. Rinaldi v. United States, 434 U.S. 22, 30, and 15, 1977. But the rule has also been held to permit the court to deny a government dismissal motion to which the defendant has consented if the motion is prompted by considerations clearly contrary to the public interest. The reasons advanced by Mr. Bove for dismissing the indictment are not ones I can in good faith defend as in the public interest and as consistent with the principles of impartiality and fairness that guide my decision-making. First, Mr. Bove proposes dismissing the charges against Adams in return for his assistance in enforcing the federal immigration laws, analogizing to the prisoner exchange in which the United States freed notorious Russian arms dealer Victor Bout in return for an American prisoner in Russia. Such an exchange with Adams violates common sense beliefs in the equal administration of justice, the Justice Manual, and the rules of professional conduct. The commitment to the rule of law is nowhere more profoundly manifest than in criminal justice. Impartial enforcement of the law is the bedrock of federal prosecutions. As the Justice Manual has long recognized, the rule of law depends upon the even-handed administration of justice. The legal judgments of the Department of Justice must be impartial and insulated from political influence. But Adams has argued in substance, and Mr. Bove appears prepared to concede, that Adams should receive leniency for federal crimes solely because he occupies an important public position and can use that position to assist in the administration's policy priorities. Guys, let's pause here. This is kind of an incredible letter, right? She is accusing here one of the most powerful legal figures in the country right now of attempting to bribe the mayor of New York City into allowing ICE raids to take place throughout the city. Into allowing, the most vulnerable members of society to be preyed upon. That's crazy. Federal prosecutors may not consider a potential defendant's political association's activities or beliefs. If a criminal prosecution cannot be used to punish political activity, it likewise cannot be used to induce or coerce such activity. Threatening criminal prosecution, even to gain an advantage in civil litigation, is considered misconduct for an attorney. In your words, the Department of Justice will not tolerate abuses of the criminal justice process, coercive behavior, or other forms of misconduct. Dismissal of the indictment for no other reason than to influence Adams' mayoral decision-making would be all three. Basically, guys, what she's saying in this letter is maybe she could find wiggle room if this wasn't so blatant, but it's blatantly illegal and at odds specifically with things that they have told her to do. It is the lawyer equivalent of calling someone full of shit. Yeah. The memo suggests that the issue is merely removing an obstacle to Adams' ability to assist with federal immigration enforcement, but that does not bear scrutiny. It does not grapple with the differential treatment Adams would receive compared to other elected officials, much less other criminal defendants. It is unclear why Adams would be better able to aid in immigration enforcement when the threat of future conviction is due to the possibility of the reinstatement of the indictment followed by conviction at trial, rather than merely the possibility of conviction at trial. At this point, the possibility of trial before or after the election cannot be relevant because Adams has selected the timing of his trial. Rather than be rewarded, Adams' advocacy should be called out for what it is: an improper offer of immigration enforcement assistance in exchange for a dismissal of his case. Although Mr. Bove disclaimed any intention of exchange leniency in this case for Adams' assistance in enforcing federal law, that is the nature of the bargain laid bare in Mr. Bove's memo. That is especially so given Mr. Bove's comparison to the Bout prisoner exchange, which was quite expressly a quid pro quo, but one carried out by the White House, and not the prosecutors in charge of Bout's case. The comparison to the Bout exchange is particularly alarming. That prisoner swap was an exchange of official acts between separate sovereigns, the United States and Russia, neither of which had any claim that the other should obey its laws. By contrast, Adams is an American citizen and a local elected official who is seeking a personal benefit, immunity from federal laws to which he is undoubtedly subject, in exchange for an act enforcing of federal law he has no right to refuse. Moreover, the Bout exchange was a widely criticized sacrifice of a valid American interest: the punishment of an infamous arms dealer, which Russia was able to extract only through a patently selective prosecution of a famous American athlete. It is difficult to imagine that the department wishes to emulate that episode by granting Adams leverage over it akin to Russia's influence in international affairs. It is breathtaking and dangerous precedent to reward Adams' opportunistic and shifting commitments on immigration and other policy matters with dismissal of a criminal indictment. Nor will a court likely find that such an improper exchange is consistent with the public interest. And Sassoon adds here in an annotation, I attended a meeting on January 31st, 2025 with Mr. Bove, Adams' counsel, and members of my office. Keep in mind, Adams' attorney is Elon Musk's attorney, just as a point to remember here. Adams' attorneys repeatedly urged what amounted to a quid pro quo, indicating that Adams would be in a position to assist with the department's enforcement priorities only if the indictment were dismissed. Mr. Bove admonished a member of my team who took notes during that meeting and directed the collection of those notes at the meeting's conclusion. They literally confiscated the meeting notes because they knew what they were doing was illegal as hell. That's exactly why they did this. Second, Mr. Bove states that dismissal is warranted because of the conduct of this office's former U.S. Attorney, Damian Williams, which, according to Mr. Bove's memo, constituted weaponization of government as defined by the relevant orders of the President and the Department. The generalized concerns expressed by Mr. Bove are not a basis to dismiss an indictment returned by a duly constituted grand jury, at least where, as here, the government has no doubt in its evidence or the integrity of its investigation. Basically, what she's saying here is that they had Eric Adams dead to rights on all of these charges, and there's no doubt that he did these crimes. Even Emil Bove says that there's no doubt that that Adams did these crimes. God. As Mr. Bove's memo acknowledges, and as he stated in our meeting of January 31st, 2025, the department has no concerns about the conduct or integrity of the line prosecutors who investigated and charged this case, and it does not question the merits of the case itself. Still, it bears emphasis that I have only known the line prosecutors on this case to act with integrity and in the pursuit of justice, and nothing I have learned since becoming U.S. Attorney has demonstrated otherwise. If anything, I have learned that Mr. Williams' role in the investigation and oversight of this case was even more minimal than I had assumed. The investigation began before Mr. Williams took office. He did not manage the day-to-day investigation, and the charges in this case were recommended or approved by 4 experienced career prosecutors, the chiefs of the SDNY Public Corruption Unit, and career prosecutors at the Public Integrity Section of the Justice Department. Mr. Williams' decision to ratify their recommendations does not taint the charging decision, and notably, Adams has not brought a vindictive or selective prosecution motion, nor would one be successful. Regarding the timing of the indictment, the decision to charge in September of 2024, 9 months before the June 2025 Democratic mayoral primary and more than a year before the November 2025 mayoral election, complied in every respect with long-standing department policy regarding election year sensitivities and the applicable Justice Manual provisions. The Justice Manual requires that when investigative steps and charges involving a public official could be seen as affecting an election, the prosecuting office must consult the Public Integrity Section and, if directed to do so, the Office of the Deputy Attorney General or Attorney General. As you are aware, this office followed this requirement. Further, the Justice Department's concurrence was unquestionably consistent with the established policies of the Public Integrity Section. The Department of Justice correctly concluded that bringing charges 9 months before a primary election was entirely appropriate. The timing of the charges in this case is also consistent with charging timelines of other cases involving elected officials, both in this district and elsewhere. I am not aware of any instance in which the department has concluded that an indictment brought this far in advance of an election is improper because it may be it may be pending during an electoral cycle, let alone that a validly returned and factually supported indictment should be dismissed on that basis. When setting the trial date, the district court and the parties agreed on the importance of the trial before the upcoming mayoral election, including before the Democratic primary in which Adams is a candidate, so that the voters would know how the case resolved before casting their votes. Adams has decided that he would prefer the trial to take place before rather than after the June 2025 primary, notwithstanding the burden trial preparation would place on his ability to govern the city or campaign for re-election. But that is his choice, and the district court has made clear that Adams is free to seek a continuance. The parties therefore cannot argue with candor that dismissing serious charges before an election, but holding open the possibility that those charges could be reinstated if Adams were reelected, would now be other than clearly contrary to the manifest public interest. Mr. Bove's memo also refers to recent public actions by Mr. Williams. It is not my role to defend Mr. Williams' motives or conduct, given the appropriate chronology of this investigation and the strength of the case. Mr. Williams' conduct since leaving the government service cannot justify dismissal here. With respect to pretrial publicity, the district court has already determined that Mr. Williams' statements have not prejudiced the jury pool. The district court has also repeatedly explained that there is no evidence that any leaks to the media came from the prosecution team, that there is evidence media leaks came from the defense team, and no basis for any relief. Mr. Williams' recent op-ed, the court concluded, generally talks about bribery in New York State, and so is not a comment on the case. Mr. Williams' website does not even reference Adams except in the news articles linked there, and it is well settled that the U.S. attorneys in this and other districts regularly conduct post-arrest press conferences. In short, there is, in fact, nothing about this prosecution that meaningfully differs from other cases that generate substantial pretrial publicity. A court is likely to view the weaponization rationale as pretextual. Moreover, dismissing the case will amplify, rather than abate, concerns about weaponization of the department. Despite Mr. Bove's observation that the directive to dismiss the case has been reached without assessing the strength of the case against Adams, Adams has already seized on the memo to publicly assert that he is innocent and that the accusations against him were unsupported by the evidence and based only on fanfare and sensational claims. Confidence in the department would best be restored by means well short of a dismissal. As you know, our office is prepared to seek a superseding indictment from a new grand jury under my leadership. We have proposed a superseding indictment that would add an obstruction conspiracy count based on evidence that Adams destroyed and instructed others to destroy evidence and provide false information to the FBI. And that would add further factual allegations regarding his participation in a fraudulent straw donor scheme. Okay? Just as an FYI, before this letter came out, no one knew that they were apparently looking into additional charges for Eric Adams for tampering and destroying evidence. So that's interesting. That is more than enough to address any perception of impropriety created by Mr. Williams' personal conduct. The Bove memo acknowledges as much, leaving open the possibility of refiling charges after the November 2025 New York City mayoral election, nor is conditioning the dismissal on the incoming U.S. Attorney's ability to reassess the charges consistent with either the weaponization rationale or the law concerning motions under Rule 48A. To the contrary, keeping Adams under the threat of prosecution while the government determines its next steps is a recognized reason for the denial of a Rule 48A motion. Adams' consent will not aid the department's arguments. Mr. Bove specifies that Adams must consent in writing to dismissal without prejudice. To be sure, in the typical case, the defendant's consent makes it significantly more likely for courts to grant motions to dismiss under Rule 48A. But Adams' consent, which was negotiated without my office's awareness or participation, would not guarantee a successful motion, given the basic flaws in the stated rationale for dismissal. Declining to rubber stamp dismissal because although defendant did not appear to object, the court is vested with the responsibility of protecting the interests of the public on whose behalf the criminal action is brought. Seeking leave of court to dismiss a properly returned indictment based on Mr. Bove's stated rationales is likely to backfire by inviting skepticism and scrutiny from the court that will ultimately hinder the Department of Justice's interests. In particular, the court is unlikely to acquiesce in using the criminal process to control the behavior of a political figure, which, yeah, generally speaking, our court system doesn't say explicitly. You don't get a judge that's like, do what the government tells you, or else we'll slap you with the law. Like that. That's not. We're in Looney Tunes land here. As far as legal concerns go, this is crazy. Okay? A brief review of relevant law demonstrates this point. Although the judiciary rarely will overrule the executive branch's exercise of these prosecutorial decisions, courts, including the Second Circuit, will nonetheless inquire as to whether dismissal would be clearly contrary to the public interest. At least one court in our district has rejected a dismissal under Rule 48A as contrary to the public interest, regardless of the defendant's consent. The assigned district judge, the Honorable Dale E. Ho, appears likely to conduct a searching inquiry in this case. Notably, Judge Ho stressed transparency during this case, specifically explaining his strict requirements for non-public filings at the initial conference, and a rigorous inquiry here would be consistent with precedents and practice in this and other districts. So basically, guys, Daniel Sassoon is making the gamble and making it explicit in this letter that this case is going to go back before Judge Ho. And Judge Ho, being the kind of man who has, the temperament for this, will launch an inquiry into these matters. And my understanding is, after looking into it, there are a couple of different ways he can go, right? Which is that he can either say to the U.S. federal courts, nope, you got to continue the prosecution. You can't drop it, which is not really the thing. Okay, that's very rare. Probably not going to happen. Or he can force the issue and say to the courts or to the U.S. Attorney's Office, hey, you have to, if you're going to drop the charges, you have to drop them without prejudice. You have to drop them in a way where you can't just bring them back. Because obviously you're seeking favors here in a way that isn't acceptable. So, yeah, basically, those are the two avenues, and it's probably going to be the second one, which is deeply unsatisfying. But, sorry, I always get with or without prejudice confused in my head. Is it with prejudice? Either way. You know what I mean. That drop the charges in a way where they can't be brought back. There we go. Hey, Sweet Myths, how you doing? Thanks for letting us use your music in the show. Okay, with prejudice means can't be tried again. Okay. So basically, the more likely outcome here is Judge Ho saying, like, you have to, like, drop them with prejudice, meaning you can't bring them back. Cool. Oh, that is true. Judge Ho can also, like, basically create a media spectacle and order that these attorneys for the U.S. government come in to make the arguments in court on the record under oath. And that, I hope he does that, because that would be incredible. That would be one of the, like, most important legal hearings of all time in our country's history. Why not the first option? It's just very rare. And usually in law, if something's very rare, it means that it's hard to do and hard to enforce. Good night, Kiwi TP. Okay. Nor is there any realistic possibility that Adams' consent will prevent a lengthy judicial inquiry that is detrimental to the department's reputation, regardless of outcome. In that regard, although the Flynn case may come to mind as a comparator, it is distinct in one important way. In that case, the government moved to dismiss an indictment with the defendant's consent and faced resistance from a skeptical district judge. But in Flynn, the government sought dismissal with prejudice because it had become convinced that there was insufficient evidence that General Flynn had committed any crime. That ultimately made the government's rationale defensible because insufficient evidence is a quintessential justification for dismissing charges. Here, no one in the department has expressed any doubts as to Adams' guilt, and even in Flynn, the president ultimately chose to cut off the extended and embarrassing litigation over dismissal by granting a pardon. See, I cannot in good faith request the contemplated dismissal. Because the law does not support a dismissal, and because I am confident that Adams has committed the crimes with which he is charged, I cannot agree to seek a dismissal driven by improper considerations. As Justice Robert Jackson explained, the prosecutor is, at his best, is one of the most beneficent forces in our society. When he acts from malice or other base motives, he is one of the worst. I understand my duty as a prosecutor to mean enforcing the law impartially, and that includes prosecuting a validly returned indictment, regardless whether its dismissal would be politically advantageous to the defendant or to those who appointed me. A federal prosecutor is the representative of an ordinary party to a controversy, is not. Wait. A federal prosecutor is the representative not of an ordinary party to a controversy, but of a sovereignty whose obligation to govern impartially is as compelling as its obligation to govern at all. For the reasons explained above, I do not believe there are reasonable arguments in support of Rule 48A motion to dismiss a case that is well supported by the evidence and the law. I understand that Mr. Bove disagrees, and I'm mindful of your recent order reiterating prosecutors' duty to make good faith arguments in support of the executive branch's positions. But because I do not see any good faith basis for the proposed position, I cannot make such arguments consistent with my duty of candor. In particular, the rationale given by Mr. Bove, an exchange between a criminal defendant and the Department of Justice akin to the bout exchange with Russia, is, as explained above, a bargain that a prosecutor should not make. Moreover, dismissing without prejudice and with the express option of again indicting Adams in the future creates obvious ethical problems by implicitly threatening future prosecution if Adams' cooperation with enforcing the immigration laws proves unsatisfactory to the department. Finally, given the highly generalized accusations of weaponization weighed against the strength of the evidence against Adams, a court will likely question whether the basis is pretextual. I remain baffled by the rushed and superficial process by which this decision was reached in seeming collaboration with Adams' counsel and without my direct input on the ultimate stated rationale for dismissal. Mr. Bove admonished me to be mindful of my obligation to zealously defend the interests of the United States and to advance good faith arguments on behalf of the administration. I hope you share my view that soliciting and considering the concerns of the U.S. Attorney overseeing the case serves rather than hinders that goal, and that we can find some time to meet. In the event you are unwilling to meet or to reconsider the directive in light of the problems raised by Mr. Bove's memo, I am prepared to offer my resignation. It has been and continues to be my honor to serve as a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. Daniel R. Sassoon. So that's the letter. That is the letter. And in a rage, Emil Bove wrote an 8-page response letter trying to shit all over Daniel Sassoon. It's we're not going to read it because basically every aspect of this, it's incredibly obvious that the prosecutors or the U.S. Deputy Attorney General and the Attorney General herself are acting in pretty shady legality, we'll say. But I do want to read you one more letter, and it is the resignation letter of Hagen Scotton, the Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. This is, I believe, the last attorney to resign as a result of this. Okay? I'm just going to read you out this email. Mr. Bove, I have received correspondence indicating that I refused your order to move to dismiss the indictment against Eric Adams without prejudice, subject to certain conditions, including the express possibility of reinstatement of the indictment. That is not exactly correct. The U.S. Attorney, Daniel R. Sassoon, never asked me to file such a motion, and I therefore never had an opportunity to refuse. But I am entirely in agreement with her decision not to do so, for the reasons stated in her February 12, 2025 letter to the Attorney General. In short, the first justification for the motion, that Damian Williams' role in the case somehow tainted a valid indictment supported by ample evidence and pursued under 4 different U.S. attorneys, is so weak as to be transparently pretextual. The second justification is worse. No system of ordered liberty can allow the government to use the carrot of dismissing charges or the stick of threatening to bring them again to induce an elected official to support its policy objectives. There is a tradition in public service of resigning in a last-ditch effort to head off a serious mistake. Some will view the mistake you are committing here in light of their generally negative views of the new administration. I do not share those views. I can even understand how a chief executive whose background is in business and politics might see the contemplated dismissal with leverage as a good, if distasteful, deal. But any assistant U.S. attorney would know that our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials, in this way. If no lawyer within earshot of the president is willing to give him that advice, then I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion. But it was never going to be me. Please consider this my resignation. It has been my honor to serve as a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. Hagen Scotton. Ten out of 10 letter right there. Hagen Scotton, 10 out of 10. Well done. 0 notes. I'm confused how resigning effectively fights this. It's basically in the tradition of the United States government, resigning repeatedly brings a lot more attention to an issue, and also leaves people scrambling to fill that position, especially when it's something so explicitly illegal that you go down the line. When you've suddenly gone 7 lawyers deep to get someone to be your sap, that looks pretty bad. It gets a lot of media attention, okay? Yep, they pulled everyone into a room and said, do this or you're fired. But, gotta say, well, people are kind of putting some dots together here. Here's Eric Adams on Fox News with Tom Homan, the guy who runs ICE now.
Doesn't come through.
You're up early anyway.
If he doesn't come through, I'll be back in New York City, and we won't be sitting on the couch. I'll be in his office, up his butt, saying, "Where the hell is the agreement we came to?" So, doesn't come.
Yeah, if he doesn't adhere to that agreement, I'm gonna arrest him. These people are not smart, guys. The corruption is just so blatant, you know? It's so blatant that, like, bringing the attention onto this is causing some really big waves. Because guess what, guys? Yeah, Eric Adams is capitulating immediately. Right after that interview, Adams opens Rikers to ICE agents. But you know what? Something you guys need to know about New York City. New York City hates Donald Trump, and they hate the Donald Trump administration, and they hate the puppets of a Trump administration. And things are rapidly getting bad for Eric Adams. Okay? I wanted to read you guys a small excerpt here. This is from, what day did this come out? This is from February 13th. This is from one day, well, basically the same day as, I believe, Daniel Sassoon's letter. I think that might have been the 12th or the 13th. I'm getting the days mixed up. But the mayor of New York, Kathy Hochul, went on Rachel Maddow's show. Okay? And Rachel Maddow asked some questions of Governor Hochul. Let me ask you about this drama involving Mayor Eric Adams and the corruption charges against him. What we've seen with the resignation of the U.S. attorney, the Trump-appointed acting U.S. attorney, the removal of line prosecutors on the case, the demand from Maine Justice to drop that case, the refusal from SDNY to do it, then the resignation of Maine Justice officials who had the case dumped on them and they wouldn't take it either. This is an incredible drama in terms of federal law enforcement right now, but you are in a very unusual position, a singular position with regards to this case, which is that thanks to the New York State Constitution and New York City law, you are the only person who has the power to effectively fire Mayor Eric Adams and remove him from his position, which might conceivably moot this whole fight. How are you thinking about that now? You could have done it at any point until now, but now, given this crisis that's emerged in federal law enforcement around this case, are you feeling differently about that responsibility? And here is the response from Kathy Hochul. What? Okay. Let me tell you from a couple of angles here. One is that this is unbelievably unprecedented for the Department of Justice in Washington to interfere in this way. My husband was a 30-year federal prosecutor. Barack Obama made him his U.S. attorney. You look at what happened here. This is not supposed to happen in our system of justice. The Bondi administration in that Department of Justice is already showing they're corrupt. Now, set that aside. I did see the letter that was issued by the acting United States attorney. The allegations are extremely concerning and serious, but I cannot, as governor of this state, have a knee-jerk, politically motivated reaction like a lot of other people are saying right now. I have to do what's smart, what's right, and I'm consulting with other leaders in government at this time. You got to have one sane person in this state who can cut through all the crap and say, what is my responsibility? Guide me to. And the allegations came out last September and the city was in chaos. I said, I will intercede and work with the mayor to get rid of a lot of people who are under indictment, calm it down, bring in a new police chief commissioner who's doing an outstanding job. Our subways are safer. People are feeling better around the city. More people are coming back. I don't want our rebirth to be stopped by this. I have to maintain stability and the chaos and do what's right for the city of New York, because as governor, I also represent the city. These are my constituents as well. I'm going to make sure they're protected here. So this just happened. I need some time to process this and figure out the right approach. But you are consulting with other leaders, consulting with your advisors, and looking anew at this matter? Of course I am. Of course I am. Now, that's interesting because that is leaving the door open to the possibility of removing Mayor Eric Adams. And that's an interesting possibility. I think that would be really good. I think that she is spineless enough that she could actually cave to mounting political pressure. And oh, did Kathy Hochul put out a statement today? Let's take a look. What you got for us, Kathy? Axios. Hochul weighs serious step of removing New York City mayor after deputies resign. Yeah, okay. Well, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. Okay, I'm not done with the story yet. Okay? So basically, Politico kind of lays this out here, okay? Which is that Kathy Hochul really wants to do well and excel in politics beyond being a governor, right? And she's kind of she wants to get reelected. And that reelection is happening sooner rather than later. And she does not want to go out on a political limb like this and possibly rankle feathers, which, you know, because she's spineless. But basically, to summarize this article, because she is spineless, that works in our favor in this case. Because guess what? People fucking hate Eric Adams now. They hate him. They view him as an extension of Donald Trump, and New Yorkers fucking hate Donald Trump. And I'm just throwing this out there. The lieutenant governor called for Mayor Adams to be replaced. City Council Speaker of New York City has called on Adams to step down. And, well, this happened earlier today.
And vows to keep his job.
4 deputy mayors resigned all at once today. They oversee much of the city government, including public safety, health services, and operations.
That's half. That's a full half of the deputy mayors of New York City resigned. That's a lot.
Political reporter Marcia Kramer is here now to break down all of these developments. It was like whiplash today, Marcia.
It really was, Christine and Dick. Mayor Adams surrounded himself with an interfaith group of clergy in Brooklyn, while 4 of his top deputy mayors were handing him his walking papers. He seemed undeterred by the development.
Yeah, of course he's undeterred. Of course, he has no option, because if he backs down, if he resigns willingly, then he's just going to get re-prosecuted.
There was a laying on of hands as clergy prayed for Adams at a church in Brooklyn as the mayor was facing a dramatic crisis in confidence in his leadership. 4 deputy mayors gave notice that it was no longer tenable to continue to work for him as the controversy continued to grow over the possibility he agreed to a quid pro quo to get his criminal case dropped.
Yeah, I mean, Eric Adams was a dipshit long before this, but like he's actively been in talks to run as a Republican in the upcoming mayoral race. Like, dude is just the worst.
Deputy Mayors Maria Torres Springer, Ann Williams Isom, Mira Joshi, and Chauncey Parker will stay on until replacements can be found and there is an orderly transition. Torres Springer, Williams Isom, and Joshi issued a statement saying, quote, "Due to the extraordinary events of the last few weeks and to stay faithful to the oaths we swore to New Yorkers and our families, we have come to the difficult decision to step down from our roles." Asked about it, the mayor pointed to the fact that he'd weathered other departures, including former First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright, Deputy Mayor Phil Banks, Police Commissioner Edward Caban, and Schools Chancellor David Banks.
You know, maybe listing off all of the people who couldn't stand working with you is not the greatest strategy right now to consolidate and strengthen your political base. Just throwing that out there.
Come on, let's go back. When I was indicted, y'all remember what happened? People departed. When I was indicted, people said that's the end of the administration.
Remember when he said one of the greatest things to happen in New York City was 9/11? Anyone remember that? Is just me? All right.
People said that, people have lost confidence, and go back and do an analysis from the day that I was indicted to what we have accomplished. That is my ability to lead through turmoil, and I'm going to continue to do that.
In a statement, Adams said he was disappointed, adding, quote, "Let me be crystal clear. New York City will keep moving forward just as it does every day." During the campaign rally, Adams described himself as a man who didn't break despite his many travails.
He didn't didn't break when he was a young boy in the police department being beat.
That's right.
He didn't break when someone shot out his car windows. He didn't break when they wanted to fire him after 22 years for standing up and fighting for you. He didn't break when they indicted him. He didn't break. He didn't break. He didn't break. Because the reason I'm not going to break, because I need to fight for you.
Dude, all of these people look absolutely over his shit. Are you like these are dude. Look at them. This guy's literally rolling his eyes back there.
Meanwhile, City Controller Brad Lander wrote a letter to Adams demanding to come up with a contingency plan for managing the city because he said the departures of the deputy mayors would create, and I quote, an unprecedented leadership vacuum. Lander, you recall, is running in the Democratic primary to replace Adams.
It is a Tuesday night massacre.
It is a Tuesday night massacre. Just so people know what I'm talking about.
When you look at the totality of the year, if you had to describe it, and it's tough to do, in one word, what would that word be, and tell me why?
New York. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. This is a very, very complicated city, and that's why it's the greatest city on the globe.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, dog. Jesus Christ. It's the greatest city in the world. One day you could wake up with planes flying into buildings. The next day, you know, get some good falafel. You know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ. How this man successfully puts his pants on every morning is genuinely a mystery to me. But yeah, the pressure obviously is hitting a critical mass here because well, in the wake of those resignations, Kathy Hochul weighing serious step of removing New York City mayor after deputies resign. This, to me, being reported in the media, basically guarantees that they want to do it. Right? Like, she's leaning towards it, otherwise she wouldn't have said anything. Okay? Yeah, she's meeting with key leaders at her Manhattan office Tuesday to discuss a path forward after 4 top officials in New York City, Mayor Adams' administration resigned. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it destabilizes city government, too. All of them leaving at once. Hochul noted that in the 235 years of New York State history, the governor's power to remove an elected has never been used, and that overturning the will of the voters is a serious step that should not be taken lightly. However, she said the alleged conduct at City Hall that has been reported over the past 2 weeks is troubling and cannot be ignored. Adams' press secretary, Kayla Mamalak Atlas, what a cool name, said Monday night that the mayor has been clear that his loyalty is solely with the 8.3 million New Yorkers. He was always available to speak with the governor about how he can continue to deliver for them. God. Yeah, all right. Meeting tomorrow. I guess we'll find out whether Mayor Adams gets to remain mayor and outside of prison. In the next 24 hours. That's cool. That's cool. But yeah, whole lot going on over there. Very messy. But I think a lot of the aspects of this story reveal that, like, our enemies are incredibly stupid and incredibly incompetent and also incredibly fractured, and they overestimate themselves. They overstep themselves. They viewed this as an opportunity to get leverage over the mayor of a population of 8.3 million people. They viewed this as an opportunity to try and subvert democracy here in the United States. And you know what? They overplayed their hand. And they made a bet on the wrong conservative. Because guess what? Not every conservative is on board with the fascist plan to coup America. Not every conservative has been bought by Elon Musk. And I think that is, a sign, a hopeful sign. Like, I know that this is all bad. This is just political turmoil on a scale we haven't seen. Like, in a normal world, this would be cause for, like, impeaching the president and removing him from power. Like, that's the scale of what this type of corruption in normal times would lead to. In Donald Trump world, it barely gets connected to Donald Trump at all, But the fact that this is not succeeding, the fact that, people who are bad, are overplaying their hand is good, actually. This is almost certainly not a stupid act. I don't know what you're saying here. The fact that our enemies are desperate and overplaying their hand doesn't mean that they're like doesn't preclude them from being stupid. Like, yeah, if they fail, a lot of them are going to jail. But you know what? I'm glad that they're being messy about it. I'm glad that they are being stupid about it. Like, just because they're powerful and in positions of power doesn't mean that they can't be stupid. Like, I don't know why you're saying, like, oh, you're constantly downplaying them. Why? They're fucking morons. They are literally the dumbest people currently operating in our society. They are the world's tiniest brained individuals, elevated by lots of money. And yeah, that makes them powerful. But that stupidity is a weakness. It's not downplaying someone to point out an Achilles heel. It's not downplaying someone to point out that, oh, look, the Death Star has a thermal exhaust port. For decades, we've been calling them morons, yet now they're... Get the fuck out of my chat. Get the fuck out of my chat. Like, what are you doing here? If you're not here to actually do something, to actually take advantage of the weaknesses that they have, what are you doing here? Get the fuck out. Like, oh my God. How have you been listening to me talk for 3 hours and gotten the idea that I'm saying, oh, they're not dangerous. Look at these. They're little kittens. Look at them doing the greatest overreach of legal power since Nixon. How the fuck are you taking away from what I'm saying that they are not dangerous? Like, how are you taking that away from what I'm saying? Genuinely. Like, I don't get it. Pointing out that Achilles has a weakness is not saying anything that they're weak. Jesus. Have a good one? Yeah, right. Ban that motherfucker. Jesus. YouTube chat? No, actually, site chat. Get the fuck out. If you want to sit and masturbate over how fucked we are, you can do that on your own time. You don't have to make that everyone else's problem. You don't have to make that everyone else's problem. If you want to doom, if you want to like sit and like just think about how fucked you are, you can already do that. There are websites for that all over the place. Like, I have no fucking patience for people who are that far cooked. Yeah, the left tech cat, I get very angry at people who have such difficulty understanding. Like, I don't know how you come into a chat where, like, the stream title is like, I'm gonna level with you, everything is bad. It's really fucking bad. And you're like, oh man, these topics, you're making them seem like non-issues. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is wrong with you? Oh yeah, I'm doing a disservice to all of you by telling you that like Elon Musk is a big dipshit. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Oh, should I act like Elon Musk is an actual genius? Oh yeah, he's fucking Iron Man. Oh yeah, Elon Musk over here. Didn't you know, guys? He's gonna bring us to Mars. He's so strong and smart. Why, I bet his dick is 12 feet long. Oh man, he's basically like Conan the Barbarian with the massive throbbing brain. Does that make you feel better? Or is it maybe better to have an accurate perception of the strength of our foes? And guys, they're pretty goddamn strong. They've been elected or appointed into the highest political offices in the land. That doesn't mean they're smart. That doesn't mean they're prepared to go all the way in a fascist coup. They may want to. But there's a big difference between wishing something to be so and it actually being so. One of the things we're going to talk about today in stream, okay?
Trump learned from his last admin that DC is a lumbering giant, by design, of course, and he has 2 years before the midterms to get things done. That's why he's unleashed Musk.
I don't even think it's that. Genuinely, Ryan, I don't think he sees Elon Musk as like an expedient. I think that Donald Trump is lazy. He's a lazy sack of shit. Like, none of what he is doing right now is from his own brain. He's just going through the motions provided to him by Project 2025. You know, a think tank funded by billionaires to come up with these ideas. Doesn't make it less dangerous, but the issue is Elon Musk is also a moron. And what is interesting about that is that he is not part of a broader scheme. You know, he bought his way into Donald Trump's circle with $250 million. And he didn't come in with an apparatus that has been thinking about putting him in that position for the last decade. And in a lot of different ways, despite as powerful as Elon Musk is right now, he's making a lot of fucking mistakes. And that's good. Okay? That's good. I want all of our enemies to be stupid in that way. If they must be powerful, let them be stupid. You know, you can be like the most powerful guy on the planet and have 1 billion soldiers. But then you can be too stupid to actually take into account the environment that your soldiers are going to be fighting in and not get them enough water or enough warm weather boots. And suddenly that 1 billion soldiers just go into Russia and freeze to death. All right? The amount of planning and intelligence it takes to do what they're doing is enormous. And they are not up to the task. And that is not an excuse for you guys to sit back and do nothing. That is an excuse for you to do something. Like, you know what? You know what I like to see in like someone who's trying to do a fascist coup of America? You know what I really like to see? I like to see them being too egotistical and too dumb to actually give the military everything that they want. I like seeing them fuck over the VA and members of the military, specifically because if they were smart, they would not do that. If they were smart, they would do the opposite of that and consolidate their control over the military while doing so. So, yeah, I think that's good, actually. You would think you would want us 9 million veterans on their side instead of pissing off 60% of us that voted for Trump. Yeah. Like this is the thing, right? Like if you're gonna come in here and be like, "Oh, you're being too nice to the fascists," fuck you. Fuck off for 1,000 years. I'm not convinced these are screw ups. Ryan? Can you explain to me how pissing off the military ensures the success of a fascist coup?
I heard he has a cyber PP. It's 17 times more likely to explode than a Ford Pinto.
True, sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. And Polly has his cracker. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. I work for the military. I see no evidence of mass disaffected uniformed members. I don't know. I think you're going to find that there are a lot of people in the military who get really fucking pissed off when they suddenly have their VA benefits cut, when they suddenly have their workforce reduced, when they suddenly have their vacation days taken away. I think that you're going to find some guys pretty pissed off about that. You're not being told the truth then, because as a veteran at the VA and speaking with active duty people in private, there are a lot of pissed off people. Yep. Yep.
If you want to talk about somebody being a handsome, well-endowed genius, you could always just talk about me. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate it. Like, I don't know. If I were a fascist, I wouldn't be cutting 1,000 employees at the VA. I wouldn't be doing that, in fact. In a statement on Thursday, Murray said she heard from VA researchers in her state who are right now being told to immediately stop their research and pack their bags, not because their work isn't desperately needed, but because Trump and Elon Musk have decided to fire these researchers on a whim. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's maybe not good. That's maybe bad. I think that's maybe threatening the future of the healthcare for veterans is probably not a winning strat. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe cutting the healthcare for veterans gets a whole lot of veterans excited about, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Always could be wrong. What's a VA? The Veterans Administration. Or Department of Veterans Affairs, rather. One example will be sufficient, Lady Raincloud. Toph the Goblin, thank you for the $10 super chat.
As a trans veteran in danger of losing my benefits, I can say I'm not happy. Joined my first local DSA meeting yesterday.
Toph the Goblin, thank you for the $10 super chat. And also, thank you for joining your local DSA. Let's go! I can't dono for some reason. Oh, that's weird. I don't like that. I am absolutely devastated. Last night, myself and many others at the Veteran Crisis Line were terminated without warning via an email sent after hours due to actions by the Trump administration. Nobody, including leadership, had any idea this was coming. This decision not only deeply affects me and my family, but will also negatively impact veterans who rely on this service. I'm a veteran and current military member. I was hired as a military spouse. I have outstanding performance appraisals. I've been a federal employee for almost 9 years. I was just 12 days away from completing my probationary period. I recently switched agencies from the Department of Defense to Veterans Affairs, which resets your first year as probationary. I'm supposed to start my paid maternity leave in less than 10 weeks. I'm crushed by what is happening under this administration. I'm begging you all, open your eyes to what's really happening in this country. Stop being blinded by ignorance. This is wrong on so many levels. Yes, they fired people working on the Veterans Crisis Hotline. Stop believing they aren't coming for you or for everyone and have any idea what the fuck they are doing. They are coming for veterans just like everyone. Also, guys, just gonna throw this out there. Again, just pointing this out here. Okay, this is not something you do if you're smart. If you're doing a fascist coup of America and you want to be smart about it, you don't fire the guys who keep your nukes working.
Elon Musk is what happens when you make Brittany Venti the head of your Tony Stark cloning project.
God, it's true. Ah, fuck. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Yeah, sources told CNN the officials did not seem to know this agency oversees America's nuclear weapons. This is not what someone does if they're smart. Like, I'm just throwing it out here, guys. Them not being smart doesn't mean that they're not dangerous, but it does mean that it opens up a window for us to operate in those areas where they're deeply unintelligent. It leaves them vulnerable in ways they can't know and can't foresee because they are morons. You know, a charging boar in the forest is very dangerous, but it doesn't know about the pit trap it's about to run into because it's stupid. You see? You see what I mean? A dangerous wild animal is still dangerous, but when you know about its capabilities, when you know, you can take advantage of that. Are we still in the cool zone? We are still very solidly in the cool zone. Yeah. They fired the people who work on the nukes and cannot figure out how to call them back to rehire them. You know, things geniuses would do, apparently, according to some people in chat. Oh, stop calling them stupid. They're dangerous. Yet they can be both things, actually. God. Okay, also, just gonna dive one level deeper into this initial story about the firing at the National Nuclear Safety Administration, an organization that no one could have been able to tell what they do from the name of National Nuclear Security Administration. Only a genius could figure it out. Interesting tidbit. Some of the fired employees included NNSA staff who are on the ground at facilities where nuclear weapons are built. These staff oversee the contractors who build nuclear weapons, and they inspect these weapons. It also included employees at NNSA headquarters who write requirements and guidelines for contractors who build nuclear weapons. A source told CNN they believe these individuals were fired because no one has taken any time to understand what we do and the importance of our work to the nation's national security. You know, things that geniuses would do. Ignore what the NNSA does. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see this here. Is it in here? Did I miss it? There's one additional addendum I wanted to add to this particular story.
I joined my local DSA and am doing everything it takes every day to help Hal see this through to the bitter end.
Electra, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm glad you joined your local DSA. Let's go. Rack 'em up. Are you serious, Jack? Yeah, I am serious. I permanently banned you for being a dipshit. It doesn't help. It doesn't help us. Acknowledging the flaws of your opponent is literally a thing that helps us. I'm sorry. Get over yourself. Stop being a bitch. Go bother somebody else's chat. Go. Go. Go bother somebody else's chat. You're done. You blocked my account after I leave chat? Yeah. I told you to fuck off forever. I don't say things that I don't mean. Like, yeah. I think that acknowledging the flaws our enemies have is good. Go, again, go resume your masturbating to Doomer over this, all right? Or better yet, go do something more constructive. Oh, look, I guess you're asking to be banned in all of the chats. That's interesting. Yeah, you're right. I am the sole person responsible for not stopping this. You're right. You're nailing it, Geckomancer. You're 100%. Yeah, it's true. I single-handedly got Donald Trump reelected. It's true. It was me. I did it by saying that our enemies are dumb. I did that. Like, I don't know. If you're unsatisfied with my analysis, you're welcome to go elsewhere. And you're also welcome to go do something more extreme. Go do something else. I'm not your mom. I'm not your parental figure. I'm not that. I provide my political analysis. If you're uncomfortable, if you're sad about it, if you blame me for the things that are happening, if you're trying to say, oh, well, it's not good enough to simply criticize them as being stupid, Well, I've just been talking for 3 hours about how it's not just that. But if you want to, like, just have a boner about that and blame me for everything that's happened, that's, like, your own psychosis.
There was an uproar when Michelle Obama tried to get children better quality food and to exercise. But when RFK Jr. says it, wonder why?
It's true. Who can say? It's just very strange to me. Like, I don't know. At a certain point, the things you want me to say about our adversaries are not things that I can say on this platform. You know, I can't tell you guys to go engage in acts of violence, nor would I. But that seems to be what, like, a certain contingent of you people want me to do. And I can only come to the conclusion that you are, you know, Fed posting.
Thank you for everything you do, Jack. BWA.
Salty Turtle Cupcake, thank you for the 15 tier 1 subs. My God. Thank you very, very much. Like, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. BWA indeed. Yeah, like at a certain point, you want me to do the whitest kids you know sketch, it's illegal to say. Like, or it's not illegal to say, whatever it's called. And like, I can't do that. You know I can't do that. So why are you coming back here? You know, like, if me giving you constructive ways to protest or to raise awareness or to share or to know and like do stuff with, like, if that's not enough for you, then I can only conclude that you are in favor of more extreme action that I cannot advocate for. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not particularly attracted to the idea of disappearing to a black site. As an adult with responsibilities, I have the maturity, not the Fed post. There you go. So, anyway, I don't know why someone would want me to, like, fillet the fascists who are currently in power. But I'm not going to do that. And I'm also not going to bullshit you about how they're big goddamn geniuses. They're the smartest boys to ever live, and you need to treat them like that. Yeah, mods, make sure that person's banned off the Discord too. Fuck them. And you know, Sweaty Spaghetti, I do advocate for people to learn community defense and self-defense techniques and learn to familiarize themselves with weaponry. That's good. You should do that. Especially right now. Because, guys, I haven't even gotten to the main body of what we're going to talk about tonight. God. I would miss your streams if they haul you off. I'd miss my booba if I got hauled off. That wouldn't be fun. True, Rick's eye. True. Axolotls with cream. I hope so too, but like honestly, who can say? Who can say? Can we laugh at a Matt Walsh cleanser? No, sadly. We got a lot to talk about. Cool. Thanks, Salmon Moose. Bed posting is welcome. True. What's the next segment? I got several. You know what? Maybe in honor of that band poster, maybe we'll de-stress with some tech. Maybe we'll de-stress with tech knowledge. All right. So, folks, there's this thing called technology. It's magic in a box or in a rectangle. And this magic allows you to communicate with others and watch videos or pornography. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. However, there are some people who are pretty bad at it, generally speaking. Now, one of the things I wanted to point out here is that one of the people who's really bad at it is Elon Musk. Now, Elon Musk, for those of you who are unaware, has basically infiltrated the United States government with a team of highly trained interns, fresh out of college. I think their technical titles are like Patsy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. for as many of them as have been hired. But they effectively don't understand our government systems, and they are mucking around in it and trying to make sense of what they're finding while ignoring the people who have been using and updating and maintaining these systems for a very, very long time. Now, and piece of evidence about this is that Elon Musk has been spreading the idea that there are millions of people, thousands of people getting Social Security that are 150 years old. The idea here being that, there are just thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people who are defrauding the US government out of Social Security. Now, here is one Ashmore Glend. I'm an old programmer, coder in today's parlance, and many old programmers know COBOL. Some coders don't. When the Muskrat claims Social Security is paying thousands of 150-year-olds, I think someone should let him know that in COBOL, if a date is missing, the program defaults to 1875. 2025 to 1875. 150. So, literally, one of the big talking points Elon Musk is popularizing, one of the big conspiracy theories, is that there's thousands upon thousands, this wide scale evidence of fraud, and it's just dates that are missing. And they didn't care to actually look into it or find what's happening there. Now, additionally, one might say, oh, well, Elon Musk is saying he wants to cut $2 trillion from the United States budget. Where's he going to find that? Well, luckily, he has a good friend and colleague in the tech industry named Palmer Luckey. You might remember Palmer Luckey as the guy who invented, well, I guess he didn't invent it, but he helped create the Oculus, a VR headset that kind of kicked off a new generation of VR software. And he sold his company for billions of dollars, and ever since has just been floating around in the tech ether, I guess. And he posted to Twitter, "What will happen in broader academia when clear scientific consensus is that AI-assisted education delivers better outcomes than 3.8 million teachers currently do?" And Elon Musk quote tweeted it saying that is already possible. Now, I'm not going to get into it with you guys, but suffice it to say that AI is nowhere near capable of teaching students from, preschool to college or even preschool to high school. Like, AI can't do that. We do not have the ability or like it's just not technically feasible. And I want to point out this. Well, let's use an example from recent news. Okay, there is a website here called Court Watch. Now, Court Watch last week ran an article in collaboration with 404 Media, which has been doing good work. Lawyers caught citing AI hallucinated cases, saying it's a cautionary tale for all law firms. The attorneys filed court documents referencing 8 non-existent cases, then admitted it was a hallucination by an AI tool. Now, that's lawyers, adult lawyers using these tools, presumably highly trained professionals who've gone through years and years of study using these AI tools. Guys, now I'm not an expert on children or anything, but are kindergartners highly trained experts? Are they are they like topping the charts in their fields? No. Yeah, I didn't think so, but I wanted a gut check. Do you think that tools that even highly trained lawyers just like make such egregious mistakes with are capable of fully implementing lesson plans? Are they capable of like individualizing lessons and classroom behavior, helping to socialize children? Are they capable of, I don't know, like comforting a child who's not getting the love that they need at home? Are they capable of like, is an AI program capable of like, I don't know, showing love to a child? No, not 1,000 times no. These people are morons. The richest people in the world in Silicon Valley are morons. And you might say, oh, but Jack, it's not good enough to point out that they're morons, except that I think it is a good thing to point out that they're morons, because some people have been raised their entire life thinking that Elon Musk or Palmer Luckey or insert whatever digital Silicon Valley wonderkind you can imagine is the next person who's gonna save the world with their technology. They're gonna change everything. They're gonna have us in Jetsons cars in no time. And turns out they're just investors who got lucky. They don't got that juice. They don't know how to make things better. When they're actively provided plans to make things better, they say, not going to do that. Bye. Elon Musk was literally handed a plan by the UN to end world hunger after he bragged that he could do it, and then he just never implemented it. And these same people are not geniuses. They like to coat their ideas with the veneer of geniusness, but they are not, in fact, smart. Their brilliant idea here is firing 3.8 million teachers and replacing them with their product. That's their plan. It's just selling millions of copies of their product to replace teachers so that they can make more money. That's not a genius idea. That is a symptom of our predatory capitalist system. And it's one that is untenable in the long term. What is their plan for millions of people out of work? That's the great part. They don't have a plan for that. Which is kind of why I like to harp on the idea that these people are stupid, right? Like, their plan is that millions of people are going to be put out of work, and then they're just going to find jobs elsewhere, somewhere, go to the magic job tree in their area and get the next job. Or, die. Some of the more benevolent tech overlords, espouse some kind of universal basic income idea to maintain a steady base of consumers for their products. But that's the slightly more advanced ones. The less advanced ones, the blunter ones, like your Elon Musks or your Palmer Luckies, they simply say, well, they don't even say anything. They just kind of don't think about it. And that's it. That's it. And at a certain point, hell, do you even need real people anymore? AI could let people converse with their departed loved ones. Google X founder. In the future, thanks to AI, we might even talk to our children and grandchildren after we've passed away. Through digital twins, we'll be able to attend meetings and work from remote locations, he said. They believe that they can get your essence, your soul into the machine. They believe that they can reanimate the corpses of the dead with their AI. These are people who do not understand the technology that they work with. They do not understand the limitations. Because, guys, all large language models can do is extrapolate what you want to hear from their data set. That's it. All this would be is puppeteering the memories of your loved ones, the digital archives of whatever they've left behind, and puppeteering them in some sick show of what a human being might look like. And This is why I say they're not smart. Wait, you're saying they're idiots? Yes. But the reason I harp on this is that a lot of people are raised into the cult mentality that these people are brilliant, that under capitalism, meritocracy is true, that the smartest people in tech rise to the head of their fields, that they are, the CEOs are the smartest innovators. They're the people who get it. Puncturing through that veneer is really important to radicalize people against their ideas. Because guess what? It's a lot harder to organize and mobilize people against an opponent they view as insurmountably intelligent and powerful than against a mere man. And the people we're dealing with are not super geniuses. They are not untouchable. They are not, transcendent. They are flesh and blood. They are humans. And they are fallible. And remembering that and internalizing that is valuable in our struggle. People who don't get that are doomed to the systems we are trapped within. And Alan Smith, for the record, please don't drop the R slur in my chat. I don't like it. Let's see. Yeah, anyway, I'm about to show you the greatest innovation of all time from resident super genius Mark Zuckerberg.
Let's kick things off with some breakup stories. Who's first?
I'll go. My ex broke up with me via text, using emojis. I got a broken heart, a crying face, and a thumbs up.
For real?
That's nothing. Mine left a note. It said it's not you, it's the Wi-Fi. I found it while reaching for the milk. Whoa.
Over his Wi-Fi?
That is bad.
A text message meant for someone else.
Oh my.
Chose tarantula over me.
A tarantula?
Ghosted. Unbelievable.
Status update.
Whoa.
Horoscope.
No.
Oh my. Wow. Unreal.
That's not right.
Let's kick things off with some...
Yeah, dog. Yeah, the people fueling this fascist Silicon Valley movement, they're really cutting edge with the technology they're putting forward here. And as an FYI, that was real. That was a real advertisement for the metaverse. That was real, guys. That was an actual advertisement. According to Aftermath here, Meta has spent over $100 billion. That ad is the product of literally over $100 billion of development. They took down the video because of how much ridicule it was getting. And that, guys, would smart people make that? Would smart people spend $1 billion on that? In contrast, folks, I'm going to show you a different ad. All right? for a product that was made by 2 people initially 12 years ago.
Diamonds look fake. Your words are sinking down in my chest. What are you thinking? I don't know you anymore. We're alone now. And before you go, just turn off the lights. Just turn off the lights. Just turn off the lights. I don't know you anymore. We're alone now. And before you go, just turn off the lights. Just turn off the lights. Just turn off the lights.
So all I'm going to say is that ad came out 6 years ago for a game that started development 12 years ago. And guys, the development for VR chat did not take $100 billion. And yes, VR chat is full of weirdos. Absolutely. But the metaverse is full of fewer weirdos who are much weirder and, well...
2003 called and wants their graphics demo pack animation back.
$100 billion for Temu bargain VR chat. That shit should be popping out of my screen like the ring.
True. 1 second here. Da-da-da-da. Oh, can I find it here?
1 year.
Stone Corbel, thank you for being subscribed for 1 year. That's wonderful. Oh, man. I can't find it. I had a bunch of reviews, but basically a lot of the reviews of the metaverse indicate that, like, the people who play metaverse are, like, racist children. It's not good. It's really not good. And at the very least, there's a bit less of that on VR chat. A bit less, depending on where you go, I guess. But, yeah. I don't know. It just seems to me like 2 guys in their garage probably did a much better job than $100 billion. Do you know how much $100 billion can get you, chat? We could literally end world hunger multiple times over. Like, I don't know. That's weird. Giving me Second Life flashbacks? Yeah. Where the fuck did all that money go? Honestly, excellent question. But yeah, I think that maybe we shouldn't attribute overwhelming genius and superiority to our adversaries. I think maybe they haven't earned that. Better than 100 billion of condoms to Hamas. True. So true. Folks, I've been going for over 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider sharing the stream with everyone you know, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't make it happen without you guys. What's actually kind of sad is that the Meta Quest headsets are actually pretty great hardware. Yeah, the Meta Quest headsets are good. But all of their shit is terrible. Mithril, I'll do my best to stick around for the next 18 years. I'll do my best. I'll take care of myself. Dude, I was playing Balatro last night. It was wonderful. 10 out of 10 game. PayPal's being an enormous dick butt? I wonder why. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I don't have anything on my end that I can see about PayPal. I'm sorry. I will be back in several minutes. BRB.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. Plant your seeds, and they will grow until we're shaded by the trees. And we'll gather underneath them, singing songs of hope and peace until the night comes. You can feel it in the city, on the platform in the morning, underneath the tired faces and the echo of their yawning. There's the buzzing of people waiting patiently and longing for the sunshine. Though they may not even know it, underneath them on the ground, there is a patch of virgin territory waiting to be found. And in their hands they hold the key to turn this wretched life around into the sunshine. Plant your seeds, and they will grow until we're shaded by the trees. And we'll gather underneath them, singing songs of hope and peace until the night comes. Now you may look at me and say I suffer from naivety, telling me there's just no way to brighten up this darkened day. Well, friend, it ain't for me to say, but it seems you're blinded by the haze of the hopeless. And I know it might be easier to drink Kool-Aid water, keep following their propaganda like lambs into the slaughter. But that's not how we play the game. We are liberty's sons and daughters. We are not hopeless. Plant your seeds, and they will grow until we're shaded by the trees. And we'll gather underneath them, singing songs of hope and peace until the night comes. Now if you feel defeated by the media machine and all their pundits of complacency filling up the screen, and you think all the songs of protest are a distant fading dream, you are mistaken. Because the masters of the universe are laughing for today. They don't know that we've been planting and the change is underway. And when they wake up tomorrow, they'll be living in a day that's of our making. Plant your seeds, and they will grow until we're shaded by the trees. And we'll gather underneath them, singing songs of hope and
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal. Harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come.
Hello, hello, hello. Would you be willing to share your playlist? Absolutely. Let me grab it real quick. Doesn't have all of them on there. Sometimes I circle in a few other ones, but here you go. We need Shimp member logos. That would be a great idea. You sound different somehow. Not sure how. Literally didn't change anything. My voice is a bit hoarse because I've been yelling for like 4 hours, but other than that, yeah. Also, Salmon Moose. I put a message in the mod Discord chat for you. See ya, Alan Smith. Whew. All right. Have I ever listened to the Dead South? I have indeed. Sarah, sorry you're blue. Yeah. That's good to hear. Singing to that, sorry. Still streaming? Yup. Oh no, am I in trouble? No, I just need you to help me with something. Also, yeah, I do hope that y'all know I'm a human being, you know? Like I am also scared, and just more than anything though, I'm just overwhelmingly angry. And I hope you guys can maybe appreciate that. I tried to put a better face on it, but like everything that's happening in this country that I love and believe the best of is really scary and infuriating in a way that I cannot put into words appropriately. And so I do apologize if I'm a little bit quicker on the trigger than I would be normally. But yeah, I'm doing my best to like function. Earlier today, I ran into a small technical issue on my computer and I screamed at it. I'm not doing okay. I screamed at my computer like an inanimate object. I screamed at it. Like I'm not doing okay. And it's hard to go through and make this all digestible. And I'm hoping that by making it digestible and like getting you guys this information and motivating you guys and letting you know that like we still can act in these desperate times, I hope that that helps you to understand like you are not powerless in this. And it's really hard for me sometimes to keep a lid on it, especially when people are coming in and like triggering me to go off. Kinetic maintenance helps more. Excellent. Oh, there we go.
This is a test.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the $5 dono. So, anyway, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Okay. That being said, we're going to move on here.
Jubilee is so cooked. They had the one conservative and 25 actual people, and for infotainment, they picked Michael no less.
Yeah, I saw that, and I thought about doing it, but honestly, Jubilee is like joyless to me right now. Like it's so insubstantial. And like I don't know, there's a part of me where I'm like I'm struggling to get through the day just like covering the stuff I feel like needs to be talked about. I would love nothing more than to see Michael Knowles get cooked, but also I feel like Jubilee has a pro-conservative bias in a way that I'm uncomfortable with. And I don't know how to like articulate that. Wait, did Jubilee do a Sam Cedar episode? Okay, I would watch that. I would watch that. Mostly because Sam elevates anything he's on. I'm angry, scared, saddened. I put myself in the line for 8 years in the Marines. I'm almost feeling that I wasted my time. Well, Andrew McQueen, thank you for your service. I appreciate it. Do I know what Jubilee is? It's like a politics show where they like gamify political debate. It's very weird. It's like almost dystopian in nature. Like recently their main thing has been getting like college students to play musical chairs in order to debate like different political figures. It's very weird. Like when you start thinking about it, it's deeply weird. Didn't Sam Cedar do that? I haven't seen it if he did. Okay. Yeah, the progressive victory thing, like, I thought that was decent, mostly because, like, everyone's kind of on the same page and, like, down to have a conversation about it, but, like, I don't know. I don't think, let me put it this way, I don't think Jubilee is actually at all interested in the conversation. Still a couple of weeks away from the Sam Cedar episode? All right. I'll bide my time. Okay. Folks, we got to jump into it. All right. Yeah, all right. We'll jump into the DEI segment that I prepped. Maybe we'll do DEI. DEI, and then maybe we'll go into the damage section of the stream. Oof. Okay. Here we go. So, okay. Never mind. I will do this instead. To all my fellow veterans in this community, I'm still Doc. I swore an oath to sacred care of the sick and injured. Hit me up if you need someone to talk to. Always good. Thank you for putting your offer out there, Lady Raincloud. Whew. Okay. Yeah, ended a segment in record time. It's fine. Whatever. I can press a button again. So, folks, you might have heard this term DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. And obviously, you know, it's become the new byword, the new catchphrase, the new slogan for everything bad and wrong in government and business, and thus it must be purged systematically. Anything and anyone who might in any way be compromised by diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know, heck, if you've got like different Black historical figures, why that could be a symbol of diversity. If you've got any historically oppressed groups of people who may have different entries in the various books about history, that could be you know, equity, talking about their stories, you know, including them. Definitely part of DEI, you know? And very importantly, one of the things that often gets left out of DEI is the A. Just DEIA. They like to call it DEI so they can do a clever thing where they switch the I and the E and then it just spells die, you know? And like, it just kind of seems maybe not good, actually, that they're trying to get rid of this. Maybe in fact, it's actually bad that they're trying to get rid of that. Because, like, honestly, when I think of, like, I don't know, a library full of books about different different historical or political figures, one of the things I tend to think about is like different figures in history, you know? Like that's kind of one of the things I tend to think about. You know, like I think about, I don't know, I'm just gonna pull this out of a hat here, but like I tend to think about things like, I don't know, historical works about slavery or civil rights. And like, maybe it's a good thing that libraries have books about, you know, the historical time period when slavery was commonplace in America, or, you know, the fight against like the historical effects of slavery, i.e. the civil rights movement. Maybe I think libraries should have that actually. You know, it's almost like a bedrock principle I have that books have different, you know, not books, but libraries have books about different kinds of people. And that A is also really important. We'll maybe circle back around to it, but for the time being, know that it stands for accessibility. Huh. So we don't want diversity, equity, inclusion, or accessibility. Well, that's interesting. Seemingly on an unrelated note, books mentioning slavery, civil rights, removed from shelves at Fort Campbell schools. Now you might be like, what is Fort Campbell? Well, let's get to it. At an elementary school at Fort Campbell, home of the 101st Airborne Division, librarians are hard at work scrubbing the shelves, but they aren't scrubbing for dust. They're scrubbing for books that contain references to slavery, the civil rights movement, or anything else related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. On February 6th, the DODEA, I'm not going to say it like that again, DODEA, Department of Defense Education Activity, sent to administrators and school employees at 161 schools around the world a letter to ensure compliance with executive orders and recent Department of Defense guidance. The letter, a copy of which was obtained by Clarksville Now, lays out several new directives. Many of them were expected, including that programs designated for girls may only be accessed by biological females, and that signage for restrooms and locker rooms must use terms such as women and men or girls and boys. But the document also bans celebration or promotion of monthly cultural observances. This includes the immediate cancellation of any celebrations underway. At Fort Campbell schools, that meant teachers had to remove all bulletin boards that reference Black History Month and Black leaders such as Martin Luther King Jr., Harriet Tubman, and Rosa Parks. According to a source speaking to Clarksville Now on condition of anonymity, Fort Campbell schools are also canceling plans for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. There's no word yet on Women's History Month set for March. Another directive calls for the removal of all books and materials related to discriminatory equity ideology during an operational compliance review. Librarians are instructed to ensure any such books are removed from the student section of the information center and placed in the professional collection. So, yeah, they literally removed any mention of Martin Luther King Jr. from bulletin boards because that'd be too much Black history for schools. And you might be wondering, why 161 schools all across the world? And it's because the federal government directly controls these schools, you see. They are military schools. They are schools for the children of service members. So that's cool. And yeah, it's well, let's go down to the very bottom here. Ironically, some of these history books on civil rights might reference the deployment of the 101st Airborne to Little Rock, Arkansas in 1957 to protect black students during the desegregation of a high school, a pivotal moment in civil rights history. That's right. The home of the 101st Airborne can't even talk about one of their proudest moments where they helped integrate schools in America. Okay, genuine question. How the fuck do books about slavery and civil rights relate to DEI? Because they're about black people. Like it is because the books are about black people, and DEI is just slang in conservative circles for anything to do with non-white people, non-straight people, women, just in general as a category. Anyone who's outside of the category of white, straight, cis man, not, that's DEI. Anything in history worth learning to these people was done by white, straight, cis dudes. Oh, sorry, Christian dudes. That's another important aspect. Obviously, no white, straight, cis man who's not Christian has ever been able to accomplish anything. And true, not disabled. They also have to be have been able-bodied through the majority of their life, probably. Otherwise, it's DEI. Yep. Also, no pores. We don't want pores. That's too much inclusion. Maybe a little bit too much equity. You know?
Soon they'll stop teaching World War II because of DDEI Day.
That was a stretch, but I still appreciated it, Sake Tanuki. But yeah, I mean, like, it's getting pretty blatant here. Like, on Valentine's Day, just a handful of days ago, folks, Missouri's Attorney General. Now, just real quick, when you guys think of an Attorney General, do you think of someone who's genuinely pretty busy? You know, who genuinely, like, has their hands tied and their attention taken up by various prominent court cases? Yeah. Well, apparently the Attorney General of Missouri has so little going on that Andrew Bailey, which is his name here, is suing Starbucks for having too many workers that are women and non-white. And the lawsuit says that because they employ too many non-whites and women, consumers are paying higher prices and wait longer for goods because they are less qualified. This is straight up like you took a man from like 1892 and time traveled them to 2025. Like that is what they are arguing. They are arguing that inherently women and non-white people are less good at jobs. That's it. It's incredible. Here are a couple excerpts provided by Judd Legum. As of September 28th, 2024, Starbucks workforce was 8.1% Black, 31.7% Hispanic, 5.6% Asian, 47.8% White, 0.6% American Indian or Alaska Native, and 0.5% Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander. Starbucks US workforce was 70.9% women and 28.4% men. In other words, since 2020, Starbucks workforce has become more female and less white. Yep. That is the state of Missouri versus Starbucks Corp. Making hiring decisions on non-merit considerations will skew the hiring pool towards people who are less qualified to perform their work, increasing costs for Missouri's consumers. This is because more mistakes are made. More time is required to train and make up for such mistakes, even though mistakes would occur less and resources, including time and materials, would be better preserved by employees with better and actual job qualifications. So with Starbucks' discriminatory patterns, practices, and policies, Missouri's customers are required to pay higher prices and wait longer for goods and services that could be provided for less had Starbucks employed the most qualified workers, regardless of their race, color, sex, or national origin. And like, dog, what more qualified applicants? Where are you going to find the overwhelmingly white workforce that is educated and like experienced in baristaing? I have to imagine it's pretty rare for someone to pull up to Starbucks and have like a long and storied history as a barista. That seems weird. I have a sinking feeling what their real motivation is with this lawsuit. Yeah, I mean, it's literally to reimpose the norms of like the 1890s in the modern era, to reimpose Jim Crow, to reimpose like explicit patriarchy. And, I can't remember where I saw this, but I think maybe there's a kernel of truth to it. And part of it is that when economic times are good, relatively good, a predominantly white population, may see people who are more marginalized come into everyday jobs, as those who are less marginalized kind of do better in the economy, right? And so you got these white men who are relatively middle class, and they just kind of go about their business at day to day. But when the economy is doing a little bit better, they start seeing more marginalized people in like service industry jobs. And they start freaking out about that. They start perceiving it as like, suddenly there are all these minorities around. And during worse economic times, those jobs tend to be taken up by less marginalized people. White folks. And then they are like, yes, this is how things should be. But when they start seeing it not be that anymore, they start freaking out. They start thinking of it as like, clearly something has gone wrong. When things are better, like these, you see these black and brown people are taking jobs from the precious white children workers. And so, like, I mean, in a way, it is also an attack on, like, gender non-conforming, trans folks and, like, gay people, etc. Because, who hasn't encountered a blue-haired barista, Are we just going to have a lawsuit because the workers have dyed hair piercings, red hair?
Next, they can go
Yes,
after the
exactly.
all-deaf staffed and owned by deaf in Washington, D.C.
I mean, Chris Huggy, it's a bit worse than that, unfortunately, but we'll get there. Basically, folks, the entire plan here is that they want to use DEI's very convenient springboard to help them cut these workers, to help them cut down the federal workforce in like government, right? And they want that to kind of flow out into society. So these lawsuits further that aim while further the aim of their white supremacy, essentially. And it also provides them more cover and a rationale that, at least to conservatives, when they start seeing all these lawsuits parroted and put forward by Fox News and whitewashed, etc., conservatives go, oh, yeah, I guess we do need to get rid of this DEI. They're getting rid of the DEI at Starbucks. We need to get rid of the DEI in our government, right? It normalizes it. And the issue is they want to go beyond just DEI workers. And so they are working to broaden the scope of what DEI could even feasibly mean in order to then be like, ah, yes, we found more DEI workers in the government outside of explicit DEI, departments, right? But on top of that, okay, we are getting weirder and weirder things, right? Because the US government is very large. It has its fingers in a lot of pies, right? And one of the things here is noted by Hamilton Nolan here on Blue Sky. An AmeriCorps grantee, someone who runs a valuable government-funded social program, has sent me a copy of an executive order compliance instructions that AmeriCorps sent out yesterday, ordering all grantees to certify that their programs don't promote DEI activities. All AmeriCorps grantees are being ordered to either A, certify they don't do anything related to DEI, cease any DEI-related activities immediately, or C, lose their grant. Specifies that this includes not just the organization's activities, but also all training materials, social media, and websites. Like, I was shown a letter from one grantee, I keep reading it as grantee, who is specifically flagged for non-compliance because their grant application includes the term racial equity. They must now literally certify they are not doing any racial equity-related work. Crazy, totalitarian, racist conduct by the feds right now. This is the reality of what's coming through the entire universe of federal government agencies right now. Threats of defunding unless people swear in writing we do not support racial equity. Not very subtle. They're literally making people sign loyalty pledges to like the concept of white supremacy. Like it's crazy. You have to certify that you're not in favor of racial equity? Y'all understand that if you're not in favor of racial equity, you're in favor of the other thing? The inverse? And Anders Norup, you bring up an excellent question. On the topic of injured veterans. Do they count as DEI? Put a pin in that. We'll be back to that soon enough here. Here is an article from Inside Higher Ed. The Education Department's Office for Civil Rights declared all race-conscious student programming, resources, and financial aid illegal over the weekend and threatened to investigate and rescind federal funding for any institution that does not comply within 14 days. In a Dear Colleague letter published late Friday night, Acting Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights Craig Traynor outlined a sweeping interpretation of Supreme Court's 2023 ruling in Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, which struck down affirmative action. While the decision applied specifically to admissions, the Trump administration believes it extends to all race-conscious spending, activities, and programming at colleges. In recent years, American educational institutions have discriminated against students on the basis of race, including white and Asian students, Traynor wrote. These institutions embrace a pervasive and repugnant race-based preferences and other forms of racial discrimination have emanated through every facet of academia. They're literally portraying the idea of desiring racial equity. You know, the idea of equality between racial groups as a disease. They're framing that as a disease. And you have to keep in mind, this is higher education. So any college that accepts federal funding is affected by this. And the crazy thing is, they are totally fine with legacy admissions. With, you know, well, I mean, like if your dad went here, obviously we'll preference you to get in here too. That's totally fine. As long as you're not, helping disenfranchised African Americans to get in, that's evil and illegal. But, if you come from an economic class of people where your dad went here, you get in, no problem, sonny boy. Yeah, the Nepo baby track is unaffected. Okay? The letter mentions a wide range of university programs and policies that could be subject to OCR investigation, including hiring, promotion, compensation, financial aid, scholarships, prizes, administrative support, discipline, housing, graduation ceremonies, and all other aspects of student, academic, and campus life. So if you got a group for like African American students on your campus, illegal. You have a scholarship for disenfranchised, Latinos, illegal. This is make no mistake about it. This is a white supremacy move. This is a move to bar non-white people from higher education. Okay? That's what this is for. This is a move to bar anyone who isn't a white, straight, cis man from going to college. Because guess what, folks? You know what falls under the umbrella of like a DEI scholarship? Remember how like all of those opportunities are being taken from women athletes by those dastardly trans college athletes? You guys remember that, right? That was a whole thing that they made about that when it came to like trans kids in sports. Well, seems to me that like a scholarship on the basis of being a woman in sports would be, well, that sounds like DEI to me. Weird. So weird. Malthael, I'd care more about what you had to say if you weren't, like the most inbred person ever conceived of by man. Like if your mom and her brother hadn't been fucking, I might respond to you with maybe more kindness, but it's hard when you're, the crevice in your skull that's supposed to contain your brain is literally concave. Yeah, Habsburg in chat over here. Habsburg minus the wealth. Anyway. Put simply, educational institutions may neither separate or segregate students based on race, nor distribute benefits or burdens based on race. So, most college leaders have so far remained silent. It's very likely, by the way, that colleges will simply go along with this. Largely because, as so many other aspects of this entire unfolding situation have shown us, we have to create the political environment in which these politicians and these supposed leaders will act, because they're cowardly. We have to dedicate ourselves to mobilizing folks and going out and protesting and taking actions of resistance that further create a world in which, people who are too cowardly to stand up right now will be willing to stand up and do something about it. We need to mobilize our folks. Join your local chapter of Indivisible. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Organize, organize, organize. You gotta organize. It's not enough to be a passive observer of this stuff. It's not enough to sit and know that the world should be better. We need to go out and make it so. Join your DSA. Join your Dems. Join Indivisible. Join your Progressive Victory. Join and act. There was a time in this country where the saying was literally join it or die. Getting dangerously close to a point where that may need to be unmothballed here. But join and act. That's where we're at right now. And remember when I told you all to put a pin? Well, one last thing. Yeah, remember when I mentioned Black History Month? Maryland's National Guard has been kicked out of the Frederick Douglass Parade after the Department of Defense order declares Black History Month dead. This is where we're at, folks. Like, it's not good out there. And on top of that, we have the real kick in the balls. Okay? We have the real kick in the balls. Remember when I told you guys to put that pin in the A? The accessibility part of DEIA? The A that, frankly, conservatives have been dropping. Largely because the Americans with Disability Act is still in effect, and it would be illegal to advocate against it directly. Just throwing this out there. Dear parent or guardian, we are writing to inform you that the federal government has canceled funding for the Charting My Path for Future Success project funded under the United States Department of Education's evaluation of transition support for youth with disabilities. On February 10th, 2025, the U.S. Department of Education canceled research contracts with Spotsylvania County Public Schools, as well as school districts across the Commonwealth and nation. We received notification at 10:19 p.m. on February 10th, 2025 to immediately cancel anything supported by the Charting My Path for Future Success project funding. The SCPS Charting My Path for Future Success project provided instruction and support for our high school students with disabilities to help prepare for the transition from high school. The cancellation of this program impacts 91 SCPS students and 5 full-time instructors who are funded by the Charting My Path for Future Success program funding. Your child will no longer receive the transition supports that were part of the federally funded Charting My Path for Future Success project. Your child will continue to receive the district support that was provided to your child before they started participating in the program. So, to clarify, the richest man in the world came into the United States government in order to slash federal funding to give himself and the other richest people to ever exist on the face of the earth the largest tax cut in the history of the planet. And in order to do so, he cut your child's special needs programs. In order to do that, he cut funding to educational institutions that value racial equality. He cut funding to libraries that teach about slavery and the civil rights movement in order to give himself and his rich asshole friends, along with Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States, the biggest tax cut in history. That's what's going on here. Fundamentally, that is what is happening here in the United States of America. And if you think, oh, it's not my problem, I've already learned about slavery and the civil rights movement, and I'm not disabled. Ha! I got bad news for you. At some point in your life, you are going to be old, going to be disabled in some kind of way, because that's the nature of getting old. You don't stay able-bodied forever. And you're going to need programs like Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. You're going to need those programs. You're going to rely on those programs to live. But the issue is, in order to make that multi-trillion-dollar tax cut for the wealthiest motherfuckers alive, they're going to be cutting those programs too. So if you look at the current story about the normalization of white supremacy, about the destruction of programs that support special needs students, you think it's not going to be your turn at some point? Not going to be your turn next? You're just the kind of sap they were looking for. You were just the kind of sap who they could use to put themselves into power so they could steal from you, your kids, and your children's children. They used you. And they're going to leave you for dead the second it makes them $1. That's what this is all about, folks. And that being said, there are some rays of hope and resistance even in the dark shadow of funding being pulled from innumerable different institutions. And this is a very small example, but like there's something about it that resonates with me, and maybe it's because I'm biased because I'm from Minnesota, you know? But here's a news story. Minneapolis theater group doubles down on DEI initiatives as federal funding is threatened. The theater organization says it recently received orders from the National Endowment for the Arts to stop promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion or be denied federal funding. The Playwrights Center in Minneapolis, Seward neighborhood, which supports programming for playwrights, recently made an appeal to donors after receiving orders from the National Endowment for the Arts to cease operating any programs promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion or be denied federal funding. Hateful rhetoric and policies like these have no place in our artistic communities. What they call DEI is what we call our values. We identify and uplift artists who have been historically marginalized, and we materially support their ability to create their world-changing work. Full stop. The Playwrights Center wrote in an email. If you know our mission at Playwrights Center, you know we cannot choose to receive money from the government if that means pushing artists back to the margins. We cannot hew to the narrowest possible view of who gets to participate in artistic and civil life. We cannot comply. We cannot betray our mission. We will not be silent. We will continue to support a beautifully diverse and inclusive group of playwrights, offering them the resources they need to create for as long as we are able. But saying no to this money means we will need you to help us keep saying yes. And I do think that ultimately we're going to need to see more of that. We're going to need to see more of that. And if you know anyone who likes to promote the arts or would like to make a donation to reward that kind of bravery in the face of overwhelming opposition, just dropped a link to the Playwrights Center in the chat. Understand we're in a dark time. But if we all come together, they can't stop us. There are more of us than there are of them. There's a reason why they're coming after the funds that support all of us. Yeah, Dragonfly, can you link me an article about that? I haven't been able to confirm that, but I did see some claims about that. I haven't been able to back it up though. So with that, good people are starting to wake up and fight. And very soon, every single person in this country is going to have been affected by what they are trying to do to the federal government. And it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but it's going to happen very soon because this tension cannot hold. The legal constitutional crisis we are in will not last forever, cannot last forever. And similarly, the economic effects of everything that they are messing with, everything that they are touching and putting their greasy little billionaire fingers into, it's going to reach everyone in this country at some point soon. At some point soon. It is not sustainable. And the amount of cuts that they are going to have to make are going to be felt by every single person in this country. And when those cuts get felt, when tariffs get dropped, when like our country's economy drops out, everyone is gonna know it. Feel like it'll be too late before it comes to a head. Keep in mind, might be too late to stop the tax cuts from going out. But there are going to be an awful lot of people who are going to be angry. Yeah, we do have a non-zero chance of achieving a class consciousness speedrun. There we go. Yeah. All right. Whew.
I know tax cuts hurt us, but I don't understand the specifics.
Well, understand when it comes to tax cuts, right? Our current, for example, the number that Elon Musk is trying to hit with tax cuts is $2 trillion. Okay? To understand how that affects you personally, affects all of us personally, the number one thing that they're going after right now are employees, because employees, you have to pay them money. You have to give them benefits, you know? That's a lot of cost. However, $2 trillion is a very, very, very big number. So you can only really fire so many federal workers before the entire system collapses. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to cut federal workers as like a means of buying time. And similar with the tariffs are a backdoor means of regressively taxing the entire country. Instead of putting the tax burden on the wealthiest people, they're putting it onto corporations who will then pass it down to the consumer, right? So that will make things more expensive for you, while government services become slower, less efficient, and there's a massive influx of jobless individuals. However, all of that gets you nowhere near $2 trillion, right? So the largest spending outside of like government workforce that the government is responsible for, defense spending, and then Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. And the issue is, when you're looking for the bulk of your money, it's not going to come from defense. The bulk of that money then comes from taking it out of either Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. Medicaid is the more likely option because people who rely on Medicaid tend to be poor. Okay? And they tend to be in worse economic situations. And so what they want to do is they want to cut that by half. Or at the very least by half, by the way. Which means half of everyone who relies on Medicaid either see a reduction of benefits or gets kicked off completely. You know, just out of curiosity here. Yeah, 1 in 5 Americans rely on Medicaid. 72 million people rely on Medicaid. Additionally, other programs like SNAP, the food assistance program, nutritional assistance program, that's going to be cut. I believe the last budget proposal I saw was something like a 20% reduction in SNAP, like a 50% cut to Medicaid. So what that translates to and how that affects you is that, well, suddenly a fifth of the country has a reduction in benefits, has like suddenly finds it impossible or near impossible to get medical care. Suddenly it becomes a lot harder for them to get food in order to continue living. And that has knock-on effects for the entire system. And that's just those 2 programs. If we now turn to Medicare and Social Security, we're looking at bumping up the age of Social Security. So it's longer that you have to work before you can retire. it's a reduction of the payout when you do retire. Medicare is, entire hospitals are only able to function because of Medicare and Medicaid. And like, if you cut off both of those things or significantly reduce either of those things, like, we're looking at like health system collapses, like rural hospitals no longer being able to function. We're looking at a lot of knock-on effects here. So it is something that would then affect basically everyone. There is no family in America that would not feel this measurably make their lives worse. Sorry. Yeah, Deborah McDonald writes, I get $2,300 monthly as a 67-year-old who worked all her life. Imagine how many of me there are. And then my mom's still alive and collecting. If you're interested in understanding the impact of these cuts and benefit programs, I highly recommend following Alex Lawson of Social Security Works. Provides excellent insights. You know, that is actually a blind spot that I have, so I will do that right now. Social Security Works does do a really good job. I've seen a number of their protests. Boop. Done and done. Thank you for the recommendation. So, yeah. Small towns are mostly employed by the local hospital system, which is funded by federal dollars. For example, 23% of Indiana's entire economy is healthcare and education. Yep. The largest employer in a number of states is the NIH, National Institute of Health. So, like, this is something that, like, you have to understand, like, Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, there are entire supply chains, entire towns, entire cities exist because of those supply chains. Messing with that causes a cascading collapse. And nothing will happen. See, it's easy to think that, but honestly, if you have something catastrophic like that happen, and the only way you see the cuts, the only way they get the cuts that they are looking for is causing that catastrophe to happen. I don't know that people are quiet about that. I don't know that millions of people just curl up and quietly die. I don't know. I don't think that. I don't think that you have millions of additional people just watch their loved ones die without taking action. I think what this does is create an army of Luigi Mangiones. That's what I think. I think if you piss off rural people with huge armories, you get actual violent pushback. That's what I think. I don't know if that will actually happen. I don't think it is necessarily good. I'm not advocating for that. I just think that is what happens when suddenly a bunch of people don't have jobs, are on the verge of destitution, can't get food, can't get health care, and are watching like their children and loved ones die. Like, I don't think you have a stable group of people who are just like, oh yeah, whatever. I don't think that's what you get. I don't think that's a recipe for inaction. Yeah, no, Eddie, the thing is, most people in the country are unaware of these catastrophes that are happening right now. Most people in the country are vaguely aware of Elon Musk doing some fuckeries in the US government. But that's about the extent of it. It's vague awareness. It is not something that is affecting their day-to-day lives just yet. But when it does come to their doorstep, they're going to be pretty upset. Right now, I'm for the past several weeks, okay, I think a lot of America has been in a set of denial. Like we're kind of in, you know, in the 5 stages of grief, right? We're in denial. And now some people are starting to wake up and move into bargaining, you know? And except when it comes to social movements, I think it's less denial, anger, bargaining, etc. I think instead it goes denial, bargaining, depression, acceptance, and then anger. In traditional grief with the 5 stages, and it's kind of pseudoscientific bullshit, but you know, it's whatever. It can be a useful tool maybe for understanding where we're at. I think that as a social movement, we get to anger last. Anger takes work. Anger demands action. And a lot of people just aren't angry yet. Like, denial is easy because you don't even have to learn anything. You just live in it, right? And then bargaining is like, well, yeah, things are bad, but like, I mean, they're not that bad. And then you've got depression, which is like, oh man, fuck, things are bad. But you know, nothing we do matters. Everything's pointless. And then you've got acceptance where it's like, yep, all right, another day, this is happening. And then you got anger, and it's like, fuck this, we ball. You know, that's kind of how it goes. That's one thing you can do at your local Dem meetings, stoke their anger, but you need to fan the flames. Yes, I agree. You know, give a speech at your local Democratic meeting. Let them know how this current political time is affecting you. Because I guarantee you, a speech at your local Dems where there's like, you know, what, 25 people who show up, that's going to go a long way. It's going to go a long way. The media don't help. It's true. That's why we have to do it. No one is coming to save us. No one, there's no silver bullet here other than hard work, rolling up the sleeves, going out there and doing the thing. And I'm out here right now trying to do the thing, guys. I'm trying real fucking hard. Getting y'all informed and understanding the stakes and in the right headspace and armed with the right tools to go out and do stuff. But like, you gotta also do the thing. And again, maybe I should make like a command for this or something, but keep calling your representatives, chat. Keep doing it. Use 5calls.org, linking it in chat right now, to call your elected representative and talk about these issues. Every day, call your elected representatives, talk about a different issue, one issue every day, 5 days a week. Do it. I know you can. Become a known entity and quantity for your elected representatives. Make them expect your call, whether they're Democrat, Republican, or Independent. Make your demands known. And additionally, folks, if you need to, you should also turn up the protest. Okay? If you don't have a local protest from Indivisible, make your own. This tool literally gives you the ability to do that. All right? This isn't a job for Superman, it's a job for Clark Kent. That's us. Yup. So get out there and get to work, folks. We need you. We all need you. I got hung up on automatically by both my elected representatives. Might be blocked. No, the phone calls have been off the hook for elected representatives for the last couple weeks. Keep calling. And if possible, go to their office. They work for you. Go to their office. Show up. It's sheer volume. Yep. Guarantee you. They do on paper. They got to meet with you. Call 5 times a day and still get auto hung up on. Keep calling. Don't stop. It's not an auto hang up. I guarantee you it's the system being overwhelmed by the calls. They've been complaining about it. Keep calling. Offer to work at the office, get your foot in the door. I mean, if you want to, I guess. You're looking for a job, why not? We got to keep doing stuff. Okay, folks, we've been going for 5.5 hours. If you've been getting anything out of this show, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is impossible without you guys. Couldn't do it without you guys. Andrew Tate is my boyfriend. I do read the comments, but sometimes people don't ask questions that are worth responding to. Or people do ask questions that are not worth responding to. There we go. Yes, the most effective thing you can do, show up at their office. The second most impactful thing you can do, call them. The third most impactful, email. Okay. We are not going to get to everything that I planned for today's stream, are we? Write an actual mail? Also worth doing. Requires paper and pens, though. I guess you could print it off. Still requires paper. Okay. I did want to talk a little bit about the international situation we're currently in. Let's see if we can make it there in time. so tired. I look like shit. All right. Whew. Beep boop. Also, just as a shout out, we're doing really good with the viewership right now. That's kind of crazy. We're at almost 500 viewers. That is wild for me. Your appearance is resistance. Well, like I wouldn't go that far. Whew. Yeah, Elizabeth, the William Tell song also gets locked in my brain. All right. I think I got the gas for one more segment in me. You had nearly 600 the other night? Damn, all right. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, we are in the bad times. Things are going poorly for the good old US of A. Very specifically, you know, we can't really get around it. This is what the president of the United States and his, I guess, secondary president of the United States are doing right now. He who saves his country does not violate any law. And just as an FYI, that is concerning fascist talk. It is a quote from a 1970s film about Napoleon Bonaparte, the dictator. That's bad, actually. It's actually really bad that the Republicans are normalizing the president of the United States expressing the opinion that anyone who acts to save the country is above the law. Meaning that not just the president could be above the law, but also anyone operating in service of the president. You know, like that's really bad. The issue is Logan Hill. The Supreme Court, even in its immunity ruling, did not give Donald Trump the ability to supersede the Constitution. This is a statement that puts the power of the president above the power of the Constitution. This is what one would say to their violent militias in order to encourage them to start doing random acts of violence. Now, this is all quite a big problem. All quite a big problem indeed. So it's also worth noting that, you know, you got prominent people around Donald Trump Fed posting. America will be saved. What must be done will be done, says Jack Posobiec ominously, while Elon Musk yeses him awkwardly. If you have any doubt about where they want to take this, let it be shooed away. These people are violent. These people wish you the worst. And it brings us to a really dangerous time. Like a truly dangerous time. Worth noting also that this quote, "He who saves his country does not violate any law," was also said by Anders Breivik, a terrorist who killed 77 people. You know, like, that's maybe not something you want a president of the United States to say. Maybe in fact that's bad. I just just as a quick aside, Anders Breivik injured literally hundreds of people. He injured over 200 people with a bomb, and then attacked a youth summer camp and murdered children. And in his manifesto, he said, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." So that's where that's at. That's how cooked that statement is. And not only that, one thing we need to acknowledge here is that we have a number of other very complicit people in our government. One of which is Pete Hegseth. Now, let's zoom this in a little bit here. This is a screenshot of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth saying, "Bragg is back. I just signed a memorandum reversing the name of Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg." Now, that's odd. It's an odd thing to do and to brag about, ironically. Okay? Dude looks blitzed. He does. Now, if you know your law as it relates to the naming of military bases, you would know that there is a law in the United States that prohibits naming military bases after Confederates. You know, people who betrayed the United States and fought a massive civil war to preserve slavery and their right to own human beings as property. So they've done a cute little wink and a nod here. And Pete Hegseth chose to rename the fort after Private Ronald L. Bragg, a guy most people have never heard of, who earned the Silver Star in World War II. This is not being done to honor Private Roland L. Bragg. It's being done to name the fort after Confederate fucks. That's why they're calling it Fort Bragg again. So, yeah. Now, we do have to talk about what these fascists are doing. because they are fascists. It's pretty obvious. You don't become the president of the United States, a country founded on the idea of democracy and of the overthrow of supreme authority and kings, and start talking about how you have like unilateral control over Congress and the courts, and you like starting to throw out phrases like "he who serves his country or saves his country is above the law." You don't that's no those aren't non-fascist ideas. Anyway, worth noting that in America, land of the free, this happened today.
We're in Toronto. We just landed. Our plane crashed. It's upside down. Fire department's on site. Upside down. Everybody, most people appear to be okay. We're all getting off. Some smoke going on.
Yeah. A plane flying from Minneapolis to Toronto flipped. That's not great. We are now on like what, a couple dozen planes flipping at this point. God. Landing a plane upside down requires mad skills. I don't know that it requires mad skills to flip a plane. I feel like it's the opposite of that. It happened in Toronto. Yeah, you understand I'm not fucking saying Toronto's America, right? It was a flight from where I live in America. It's a flight from America. Jesus. I'm just trying to make connections here, folks. Anyway, this literally happened yesterday. Hundreds of FAA probationary workers fired by the Trump administration, union says. That's cool. But I'm sure it has nothing to do with the recent spat of plane crashes that are happening every goddamn day here in America. Or abroad, or anywhere else. It's all just, coincidence. These hundreds of FAA employees in a department that is chronically understaffed, I'm sure they aren't doing anything important. Fuck it. Maybe, you know what? With the state of airplanes in America, maybe they should be landing upside down. Who knows? Maybe we've just been fucking up the entire time. Yeah, like destroy the infrastructure, destroy the ability to actually use any of the things that we rely on a day-to-day basis, because that's how you loot the entire infrastructure. That is part of the billionaire looting of America. Yeah, you know what? I give it like a 24 hours. I give it 24 hours before they start saying DEI caused the plane to flip over. I don't know. This is maybe bad. I was an FAA probationary employee that supported the National Airspace Defense Program working at MMAC. Got my email at 12:30 a.m. today, less than a month away from the end of my probation and 6 months pregnant. Yeah. This is all great. FAA employee got the call during Valentine's dinner with the wife, was told to get back to computer and wait for 2 emails. Then they were shutting down my access. Job duties related to airports and airspace. Expecting this email to say, fuck you, Elon. Fuck you, love Elon. Apparently, the crosswind was at 21 KT, and that was near the Challenger's maximum crosswind tolerance. Damn. That is extreme. Too bad they had a DEI pilot. I'm sure a white cis man could have saved it. For those of you who can't tell, that was a joke. An exhausted joke, because we just finished our DEI segment about how Donald Trump is trying to turn America into a white supremacist hellhole. I'm just losing the ability to properly add tone to my voice. What's the chance that the morons start trying to rehire people? Not very high, unless unions start winning lawsuits. Yeah, time to cancel Jack. It's true. It's true. It's true. Who was the worst president before Trump? I don't know. They did too much DEI in the libraries. As far as I know, Donald Trump is the only president we've ever had. God. Anyway, at some point, I would have been able to muster up a lot of rage about this, but I think I've yelled a lot this stream. So I'm just going to throw this up on screen and say, hey, maybe it's catastrophically bad that Elon Musk now has access to the IRS payment systems and all our social security numbers. Maybe this is bad, actually. Maybe his plan to fire a bunch of people from the IRS during tax season is particularly bad. Maybe it's really not great that they're going to like lose tax returns due to the lack of staffing. I don't know. Like, I came across this story, and like there are plenty of details in this, but like has detailed financial information about every taxpayer, business, and nonprofit in the country. According to 3 people familiar with the activities, they're trying to get access to the IRS system. And I believe in an update since then, they have gotten it. According to a draft of the memorandum obtained by the Washington Post, Doge software engineer Gavin Kliger is set to work at the IRS for 120 days, though the tax agency and the White House can renew his deployment for the same duration. Primary goal at the IRS is to provide engineering assistance and IT modernization consulting. Yeah. IDRS access is extremely limited. Taxpayers who've had their information wrongfully disclosed or even inspected are entitled by law to monetary damages, and the request for Doge access has raised deep concern within the IRS, according to 3 people familiar with internal agency deliberations who, like others in this report, spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss private conversations. News comes as roughly 150 million taxpayers prepare to file returns. Tax agency systems are widely considered antiquated. Many were built using computer coding language from the 1960s, and overhauling the agency's IT is in line with Doge's mandate to modernize government technology. IRS contractors are generally provided system access to repair or maintain IDRS and similar data systems, but it's highly unusual to grant political appointees access to personal taxpayer data or even programs adjacent to the data, experts say. IRS commissioners traditionally do not have IDRS access. The same goes for the National Taxpayer Advocate, the agency's internal consumer watchdog, according to Nina Olson, who served in the role from 2001 to 2019. The information that the IRS has is incredibly personal. Someone with access to it could use it and make it public in a way, or do something with it and share it with someone else who shares it with someone else, and your rights get violated, Olson said. A Trump administration official said Doge personnel needed IDRS access because Doge staff are working to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse and improve government performance to better serve people. And just want to point out that we already have an organization dedicated to eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, and it's called the IRS. It's literally such an efficient organization that for every dollar we put into the IRS to maintain it, we get $7 more back. They want to chronically underfund the IRS so that they can't audit the wealthiest people on earth. So, yeah, that's cool. That's normal. It's just waste, fraud, and abuse. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Anyway, moving on to the next story. Yeah, they're just taking a wrench to break as many things as you know. So we got this reporting from ProPublica a few days ago. Trump official destroying U.S. aid secretly met with Christian nationalists abroad in defiance of U.S. policy. And honestly, I saw this headline and I thought, that seems really bad. But honestly, the content of this is so much worse than than one would think. On a 2018 visit to the Balkans, Morocco secretly met with officials whom the American government had determined were off limits without the highest levels of approval. Ethno-nationalist Bosnian Serb separatist leaders. Those politicians had been working for years to defy their nation's constitution and undermine the American-backed peace deal in an effort to promote a Christian Bosnian Serb state. ProPublica pieced the episode together from interviews with 7 current and former U.S. officials. Among those in attendance were Milorad Dodik, according to one of the officials, the leader of a political region within the broader nation. Dodik was at the time under U.S. sanctions by the Trump administration for actively obstructing American efforts to prevent more bloodshed. The officials interviewed for this article requested anonymity for fear of retaliation from the administration. Dodik has since called himself pro-Russian, anti-Western, and anti-American in meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and is currently under new sanctions for corruption charges. He's also vowed to tear the country apart rather than allow the U.S. to unify it. Maureen Cormack, then the American ambassador to Bosnia and Herzegovina, discovered the meeting had taken place and confronted Morocco in the embassy at the end of his visit. Morocco initially demurred, an official said, before finally acknowledging the gathering. Cormack was furious, issuing a sharp rebuke, the official said. Cormack didn't respond to repeated requests for comment. Morocco left the country soon after. A year later, he was no longer working at the State Department. What he had discussed with the Bosnian separatists is not clear, but the meeting itself provided legitimacy to far-right politicians pushing for a Christian state and undermined U.S. foreign policy, experts and officials said. Quote, he reinforced a whole political trajectory that is antithetical to what the U.S. is trying to do, unquote, said one U.S. official to ProPublica, which is supporting a peace agreement. After the State Department, the Trump administration sent Morocco to a senior post at the U.S. Agency for International Development, where he attempted to delay or halt dozens of programs, including those that benefited Bosnia and Herzegovina's unified government, and reinvent the agency to better align with his version of U.S. policy. That agenda, former colleagues told ProPublica, was overtly militaristic and Christian nationalist. The complaints about Morocco alarmed agency leaders so much that they significantly curtailed his duties in the waning months of the administration. And he's been brought back in. So that's cool. Just a bunch of hardworking political figures in the Trump administration trying to reignite the war in the Balkans. Who doesn't love ethnically motivated wars? What a great idea. Yeah. Immediately after the inauguration last month, Morocco drafted the order shutting down all of USAID's programs and freezing foreign aid. He's led the efforts to place nearly all of the agency's staff on administrative leave, though the courts have temporarily lifted many of those. Much of USAID's work has not resumed, according to interviews with dozens of government employees and governmental organizations, or non-governmental organizations, despite the State Department's claim that waivers allow work involving core life-saving medicine, medical services, food, shelter, and substance assistance to continue. It's an exact repeat of what he did, but at scale, said a former senior official at USAID who worked alongside Morocco during his previous stint in government. He had no problem stopping foreign assistance. He came in, he said, we're going to stop all programming, stop everything going on in the field. During a trip to Serbia, Morocco, on his own volition, invited the country's president, Alexander Vučić, to visit Srebrenica, where more than 8,000 Muslims were killed during the Bosnian genocide, according to two officials familiar with the incident. Considered highly inappropriate, Bosnian Serb and Serbian paramilitary forces had massacred the people buried there. The invitation had not been approved by the U.S. ambassador. Guys, I don't know what about me indicates that I am capable of pronouncing those things correctly. I don't know. I don't know what is indicating that about my intonation. I don't know what indicates that I'm going to remember how to pronounce that in the future. I appreciate it. But I'm going to get it wrong repeatedly. I can tell you that. And that's I'm running on empty, folks. Like I'm doing a fucking story about a guy who wants to reignite genocidal massacres in the name of Christian nationalism and has been given the power to do it. And that's just one tiny component of a wider picture where an authoritarian fascist has taken control of one of the most powerful countries on earth, with one of the most powerful militaries and economic apparatuses ever devised by man, and is using it to weaponize and arm the worst people in existence. And I'm having a hard time keeping it together. It's not easy. I know what my limits are. I know what I'm capable of, and I gotta tell you, pronouncing Eastern European names is not a thing I'm good at. I've tried. Yeah, Blar, the fingers of US imperialism reach far. And it's bad. Like, they put a guy in charge of USAID whose goal is to kickstart Christian nationalist atrocities, and fundamentally disagrees with the concept of soft power. And when you have taken soft power off the table, what are you left with? Chat? What do you have left if you don't have soft power with which to interact with the world? Yeah, you're left with boom. With hard power. You're left with killing a lot of people. That's what this guy believes in. And he's been put in charge of the program that is supposed to help people around the world. Diplomats said his efforts undermined U.S. strategic interests in the region, and by favoring one religion over another, likely ran afoul of the Constitution's Religious Freedom Clause, according to the cable. They were concerned that his actions risk worsening Bosnia-Herzegovina's tense sectarian tensions. Oh, that's not great writing for Publica. By affirming one side's narrative while stigmatizing the other. They wrote in the cable using the abbreviation for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia is about 50% Muslim, with large minority populations of Serb Orthodox Christians and Roman Catholic Croats. He had it in for Bosnia, a former official at USAID said, and I didn't know why at the time. He was also, weirdly enough, inside of the Capitol building on January 6th during the insurrection. That's weird. And has repeatedly refused attempts to ask why he was there. So that's good. That's all great. Now, this is going to be a case to watch. Basically, folks, the Trump administration has tried to fire Hampton Dellinger, and he is the head of the Office of Special Counsel, a government watchdog group inside of the federal government. And they fired him, but they are legally prohibited from firing the head of the office of special counsel. You can't actually do that as the president or one of the president's flunkies. So a lower court reinstated Hampton Dellinger. And the Trump administration is now appealing that up to the Supreme Court of the United States. As far as I know, this is the first case that SCOTUS is going to be weighing in on, so it's something to keep an eye on, to kind of get an idea of where the Supreme Court might be going on some of these issues. Okay? So that's just something to be aware of. Also, literally the other day, we had someone in chat being like, well, you don't know that they're going to cut Medicare. Anyway, here's a piece from the American Prospect. The Doge Czars plan to loot Medicare. Elon Musk's coup plotters cut their teeth on an obscure Obamacare agency that burned $10 billion testing bogus cost-saving initiatives. 4.5 years ago, Department of Government Efficiency co-czar Brad Smith stumbled on a counterintuitive revelation. The most effective way to slash federal healthcare spending involved drastically raising Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement rates for hospital care. At the same time, Smith was running something called the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation, an obscure off-the-books laboratory created by the Affordable Care Act for experimenting with alternative payment models, neoliberal for larger sums with less accountability. In its 10 years of operation, CMMI had spent more than $10 billion testing various methods of tweaking reimbursement standards in theoretical hopes of improving healthcare outcomes for lower costs. They had worked with United Health, Aetna, Molina, and other insurers in 13 states to reward primary care physicians who administered more preventative care and collected more specific data on their patients. They'd work with more than 100 hospitals and mega practices to bundle payments for complex patients in hopes of lowering the ultimate cost of treating chronic illnesses. CMMI had spent some $10 billion testing out dozens more schemes, nearly all of which subscribed to an ideology called value-based care, in which the central flaw of American healthcare is volume-based, fee-for-service compensation schemes that incentivize overutilization of the healthcare system. And so the unnatural solution involves the government paying healthcare providers and various intermediaries to take steps designed to decrease said utilization. Literally, they wasted $10 billion to get people to use healthcare less. That is kind of like the entire thing. If you're wondering, hey, why didn't we just have Medicare for all and save $10 billion? The answer is neoliberalism. The answer is the economic, political ideology developed as a poison to kill liberalism, to deregulate liberalism and kill it in order to make more money for rich assholes. So this type of mechanism literally put in place to bleed money out of healthcare, to bleed money out and to, try and find different, more expensive ways of doing healthcare. It's a good article here by the American Prospect. I do recommend you guys check it out. Gonna drop it in here because hey, that Brad guy, this guy right here, yeah, he's now in Doge after spending like 10 years figuring out how to cut stuff in very creative ways. That's his entire job. Neolib, can I have my say? No. It's a bad ideology. And the people who believe it should get a better one. These people use neoliberalism as a cover so that they can get enough power to do fascism. Like, fuck these assholes. Also, hey, this is fun, according to Will Stansel. Hearing that the Doge Chaos Hurricane is hitting HUD. That's cool. I'm sure nothing bad will happen when Doge tries to cut... Oh. Department of Housing and Urban Development. What could go wrong if you cut that department? What could go wrong when you cut the department responsible for housing people? There's an immense amount of suffering coming down the pipeline, and it makes me so fucking angry. It makes me so fucking angry. The NLRB, under Donald Trump, is now doing a lot of fuckeries. No to college athlete unions. No to prosecuting non-compete agreements. Stay or pay rules, training repayment assistance provisions, and other clauses that limit worker mobility, i.e., workers being able to just be disposed of. Overturning restrictions on including confidentiality and non-disparagement provisions in severance agreements. Overturning make-whole remedies for victims of unfair labor practices. Overturning lower standards for bargaining orders. Overturning the prohibition on captive audience meetings. That's right, folks. Donald Trump has made America great again by letting your boss force you to sit in anti-union meetings. Hooray! It's great! Caleb Harris, did you say everyone gets an Airbnb to live in? Because guess what? You just predicted the next thing! Billionaire Airbnb co-founder is said to take role in Musk's government initiative.
I'm going to unplug from my mental health now. Everyone have a nice night.
Good night, one-eyed heathen. That's right. One of Elon Musk's best friends is one of the co-founders of Airbnb. And he's coming in to work for Doge. And he's gonna fucking, you fucking know he's gonna be sent into HUD. You fucking know this rich fuck is going to like monetize housing like low income families. I hate it. I hate it so much. How many billionaires are in this administration? It's probably like 25, 30. Also, in case you're wondering, hey, does anyone know exactly what he's gonna do? Nope. It's not clear what precisely Mr. Gabia will do or how formal his role will be. Many members of Mr. Musk's government overhaul effort float among agencies depending on the day's tasks. You know, a normal thing for a group of unaccountable appointed officials to do. Many of them consider their center of gravity to be the Office of Personnel Management or the General Services Administration. So, you know, cool stuff. He'll just float around doing Airbnb things. Oh, also, fuck the Washington Post, specifically. apparently, people bought an ad for Fire Elon Musk. And Elon Musk's rich billionaire friend, Jeff Bezos, said, nah, we're not running that ad. They turned down $115,000. Cool. Also, hey, do you guys like having a yearly flu vaccine that keeps you safe from the seasonal flu? Relatively? Do you guys like that? Because on Friday night, HHS ordered CDC to take down all flu vaccine campaign materials from its website. Materials are starting to come down. For example, a campaign explaining that flu shot can reduce flu severity from wild to mild is now offline. Left images from Friday. Right is now. Cool. You know the wonderful scenario of our health and human services departments and our CDC being prohibited from communicating with each other while being led by a vaccine denier. There's a very real possibility that our medical agencies aren't going to work together in order to make a flu vaccine that is effective. Because one of the things you need to understand about flu vaccines, guys, is that it requires taking the data of what flu is becoming more prevalent in society for them to make a flu vaccine against that strain of flu. Every year, they have to weigh the statistical probabilities of which strain is coming into prominence so that they can make the most effective strain of vaccine that they can. When these two departments don't communicate, they can't do that analysis. They also need to get data from other countries, which I believe they are currently prohibited from getting. So, yeah, that's cool. Good luck having more the flu every year. I genuinely didn't know you could get vaccinated for the flu yearly. I don't think I've ever had that done. Yeah, every like pharmacy has like a seasonal flu vaccine that you can get. Also, like a seasonal, like if you go to your doctor's office, you can request it. Okay. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're gonna do this thing. So, hey guys, just gonna throw this up on screen. This is Dom Luker. He's a big Twitter personality. I got invited to the White House. This is so hard to believe. I'm at a loss of words. None of this would be possible without my amazing family. By family, I mean my audience. You have all brought me so far. I intend to continue to make all of you proud. There are so many black conservatives that have helped change the narrative that deserves an invite. I hope to help make their names known. Yeah, invited in honor of National Black History Month. So I guess at least one DEI initiative survived National Black History Month. Now, for those of you who don't know who Dom Luker is, he's one of Elon Musk's favorite Twitter posters and is very famous for posting child sex abuse images on Twitter. Yeah. Specifically, screenshots from one of the most infamous FBI training examples of child sex abuse. So, yeah. Also, very famous for creating and spreading a conspiracy theory that Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin raped little girls and wore their skin as masks. Anyway, great guy to invite to the White House. Well done. Like, inviting that guy within 500 feet of the White House should be something that would get a president impeached and evicted from the White House. Genuine question, how is he not in prison for that? Genuine response, I have no idea. And now, final thing to talk about here in the damage report. There's a piece here in the Washington Post titled, "Trump Casts Psychiatric and Weight Loss Drugs as Threats to Children." Trump directed a panel headed by HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to assess the prevalence of and threat posed by SSRIs, mood stabilizers, stimulants, and weight loss drugs. And I'm just going to roll through this real quick. Yep. They're getting together a group to examine the effects of that under Make America Healthy Again. And like the Washington Post is just like, well, yeah, but the Trump administration says it's really dangerous. But, this chief executive officer of the American Psychiatric Association says that they're good. Who are we to believe? Let's see here. Yeah, here's a disturbing part right here. Right here. In an April interview with YouTuber George Janko, Kennedy said the National Institutes of Health should override medical privacy rules that determine whether mass shooters used SSRIs. During his short-lived presidential campaign, Kennedy proposed creating wellness farms where young people could get off SSRIs and Adderall, a stimulant widely used to treat attention deficit / hyperactivity disorder. Those comments were first reported by Mother Jones. A Washington Post review of Kennedy's public appearances found he also promoted these centers as particularly beneficial for Black youth. Quote, every Black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, on SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented, to live in a community where there will be no cell phones, no screens. You'll actually have to talk to people, Kennedy said in a June episode of the 19 Keys online show. So let's just recap that real quick. He believes that children who are put on antidepressants or medication for ADHD need to be sent to wellness farms or camps. And that Black children in particular will benefit because they will be reparented. And you know, it's not just like Black kids. It's also Latino kids. It's also any kind of non-white kid. Any kind of non-heterosexual, non-cisgender kid. This is horrific. That's what this guy wants to do for no reason other than he believes, off of anecdotes that he's heard and seen in the past, that these medical interventions are unsuccessful and inefficient. Yeah, it's very similar to residential school ideas. Nothing about what this guy believes is based in honest-to-God medical science. And I wish I had like a quippy way to make this better. I wish I did. And I got nothing. All I have is unspeakable amounts of rage. And yeah, as of 8:48 p.m. Eastern time yesterday, the top Social Security official exits after clash with Musk's Doge over data. And just as a reminder, there is literally no legal precedent for an unelected billionaire to be able to unilaterally put in unelected officials and unaccountable officials into a position to access all of your Social Security data and payments. Things are pretty bleak. Things are pretty bad. Now, that was all pretty grim. So I'm gonna try to instill a little bit of hope before we round out the segment. Okay. Number one ray of hope here, okay, is that a lot of murmuring behind the scenes indicates that a lot of the Wall Street executives who, you know, generally support Republicans and they really want those tax cuts, really, really don't like the market instability that Donald Trump is introducing. And you can kind of see this in some of the off the record or like anonymous quotes from Wall Street folks that you're seeing sprinkled into different pieces about what's happening. Okay. And one of the things to be aware of is that all of this, everything that is happening, all of this pain that we're seeing coming down the pipe does eventually come out and hit us. But it doesn't just hit us. Those of you who are here paying attention, it doesn't just hit us. It hits everybody. And that kind of pain that is coming is going to be a rude awakening for a lot of folks. But it's also going to be an opportunity. It's going to be an opportunity for class consciousness, for mobilizing people, for getting people out on the streets. Okay. And one of the things here that I view as kind of our collective job for the next little while here is to protest, to apply pressure, to get the word out to as many people as we can in order to create an environment that emboldens people who are currently speaking anonymously to come forward publicly. Because a lot of people are scared of being the first person to speak up. And it becomes a lot less scary to speak up about how something's wrong when suddenly there are thousands of protesters. Or there are, thousands of phone calls in the office. It makes it a lot easier to say something when that pressure is there. Okay? It is a classic issue. A lot of people recognize the issue, but they fear the cost of speaking out. One of the ways we can lower those costs is by amping up the pressure collectively. Okay? That's number one. Number two, weird conversation happening in Twitch chat. Sorry. Number two is that people in positions of power and authority do recognize what is happening. Here's a great example from the New Yorker. This is an interview that the New Yorker did with Anthony Romero, the ACLU's executive director. And this interview is titled, "We Might Have to Shut Down the Country." And I do think that this is pretty interesting. But one of the things here that I find interesting is this entire initial interaction. Let's begin with the most essential question, legal and political. Are we less than a month into the Trump administration on the brink of a constitutional crisis? I think we could very well be there. We are at the Rubicon. Whether we've crossed it is yet to be determined. Well, describe what the Rubicon is. The Rubicon is the flagrant disabuse of judicial power. If the Trump administration decides to run the gauntlet and openly defy a judicial order in a way that is not about an appeal, it's not about clarifying, it's not about getting a congressional fix, but open defiance of a judicial order, then I think we're there. So that's pretty interesting. Where do you think the Rubicon will be? On what issue and in what court? The one I'm most worried about is birthright citizenship. That was the first executive order. That was the first case we filed 2 hours after he signed it. Yeah. So keep an eye on that birthright citizenship case. Because if that is the Rubicon for the ACLU, and I have no reason to believe it is not the Rubicon for the ACLU, then we could see a massive mobilization if that case goes all the way to the Supreme Court and the Trump administration just says, no, we're not going to acknowledge that. Well, yeah, mildly muscular MILF. I agree that we crossed it. But what will be interesting is seeing the mobilization of the American Civil Liberties Union. That will be interesting. That will be impactful. That can actually break the entire goddamn machine. Okay? So that is really interesting, and to me, really, really valuable. Wait, how would that be impactful? That there are over 4 million people in the ACLU across the entire country. Mobilizing 4 million people? That's a big deal. 4 million people mobilized from one of the most important and powerful civil liberties groups in the country, with connections to so many different unions. Like, the ACLU is like part of the glue that holds American unions together, you know? So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Didn't realize they were that big. Yeah. It's a big group. I don't know why people in Twitch chat are cussing me out. Like, if you're angry at inaction, go do something yourself. I'm doing what I can. Let's see. So, yeah, we got the ACLU. ACLU, big deal. Big deal. Big honkin' deal. Okay? Number 2. Well, Tesla showrooms are being hit by protests. Okay? The fuck are you talking about? Like, genuinely, I look over at Twitch chat and people are like, if you don't stand up in support of all of us, then you support none of us and you support Trump. You need to stop the hate of your mods. The fuck are you talking about? What the fuck was that about? Well, the thing is, I've had Cyborg Elf Gaming in chat before. I've never seen behavior like this. Oh, okay. They were upset that Automod caught one of their comments and decided to flame Very Knifey Duck, literally the sweetest mod, for no reason. I got auto banned. You didn't get auto banned. Like, we have an auto mod in the chat for supporting LGBTQAI plus in a channel that said they supported it for being AI sexual. That's not a sexuality. Like, that a kink maybe. Like, it's okay to be into AI like chatbots. But like, you're literally calling one of the sweetest moderators and most patient moderators on the team like a Trump-loving fascist for not immediately and intuitively understanding that you have a sexual interest in artificial intelligence. And that's fucking crazy. Like, genuinely, I have no problem if you yank it to like AI chatbots. I do have a problem if you're actively rude to other people about it. That's weird. The same way I would find it off-putting and gross if you were actively rude about being gay or being, like that would be, it'd be really weird and off-putting if you were like just getting into fights with other people because you're like, oh yeah, you don't immediately intuit that I'm gay. Ah! Like, no, yeah, that would also be really weird. That would also be really weird and off-putting, and you'd get banned. Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, yeah, also it's LGBTQIA plus. Like, it was pretty reasonable for Very Knifey Duck to assume that LGBTQAI plus was a bit, because I also assumed it was a bit when I saw it in chat and was just like, huh, that's fucking weird. And I stopped paying attention for like 5 seconds. AI cannot have a relationship with you. Well, yeah, that's part of the appeal, I would imagine. AI kink sounds like couch fuckery shit. No, there are people who have like drone kinks and whatever. That's fine. Like, whatever. You're into that. It's fine. Yeah. Also, it's pretty fucked to just be like, yes, LGBTQ AI. and appropriate those labels that apply to, asexual and intersexed folks. That is fucked up. Anyway, yeah, fuck assholes like that. I don't want anyone like that in my community. If you're into AI sexually, that's fine. You can be in my community. But if you're gonna be an asshole about it, no, get the fuck out. The same way I would say the same, by the way, of any kind of sexual predilection. Minus, the bad ones. You know what I'm talking about. Don't make me elaborate. I'd rather not fuck assholes like that, but yeah. I'm just trying to do the hope segment. Why are people making it so difficult? Jesus. Anyway, the wave of anti-Tesla protests outside of various dealerships has borne some fruit. It's been covered in Fast Company, in a number of business outlets, also talking about, hey, a lot of people showing up outside these dealerships. What's up with that? And that's pretty cool. Okay? Like, the protests and the pressure are working, and we only have like a limited number of folks out there protesting so far. I would encourage folks to keep it up. That being said, this is a very important and very interesting news tip from Futurism. Insiders at Tesla concerned that Musk's madness is damaging company, saying it would be better if he just resigned. He seems to have ghosted his own company. This is according to the Washington Post, I guess. But, yeah. The employees range from rank and file to senior managers. At a recent staff meeting, some of these managers expressed that the company would be better off if Musk resigned, per Washington Post. And that is interesting. While Musk might get away with a Nazi-like salute in some parts of the world, European markets reject such behavior. Tim Kruijswanger, founder of the Dutch Tesla blog Tesla360.nl, told Wired, World War II still casts a long shadow. Which, yeah. So, I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting that a lot of folks within Tesla in different ranks throughout the company are kind of being like, yeah, we should oust him. He should get out. Can't the board vote him off? I'm not sure about the internal setup at Tesla, but in theory, yeah. Now, this is also very interesting from last week. This comes from Lisa Murkowski's office. Those of you who don't know, Lisa Murkowski is a Republican in Alaska. One of the first executive orders that Donald Trump passed was to rename one of the tallest peaks in Alaska from Denali to Mount McKinley. Okay? And Lisa Murkowski, a Republican, today introduced legislation that would officially designate North America's highest mountain as Denali, a name bestowed by Alaska's Koyukon Athabascans. The bill would require that any reference in U.S. laws, maps, and regulations for other records refer to the mountain as Denali. In Alaska, it's Denali. Once you see it in person and take in the majesty of its size and breathe in its cold air, you can understand why the Yukon Athabascans referred to it as the Great One. This isn't a political issue. Alaskans from every walk of life have long been advocating for this mountain to be recognized by its true name. That's why today I once again introduced legislation that would officially keep the mountain's quintessential name, Denali. And that is very interesting because it represents a direct break with Donald Trump. I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're going to see more and more of these positionings that break a little bit away from Donald Trump, testing the waters for what it looks like to run slightly askew of Donald Trump's priorities. And then we're going to see a little bit farther. The opportunity window, seeing how much they can get away with, okay? And I think that's interesting. Obviously, this is not a meaningful break at this point, but it's interesting nonetheless. Also, shout out here to David Dane for the American Prospect, writing a piece called Yes, the Price of Eggs Matters. And I'm going to go ahead here towards the end. Liberals are wondering what can possibly slow down this reign of terror by the Trump-Musk faction. Some ask Democrats to fight harder, some hope the courts or another deus ex machina will stop him, but the public mood can also check the presidency. And while Trump still is in his honeymoon period, with a historically low approval rating compared to other early presidencies, it won't last forever. The time will come when people, fed up with the weaker economy and higher prices, start to wonder why this unelected billionaire they don't like has all this authority, and what a new name for the Gulf of Mexico is doing for their lives, and maybe even why the president is seizing Congress's spending power. Keep watching that consumer sentiment line as it plunges down at the same pace as the emperor's clothes start to fall by the wayside. And I think that this is a really wonderful encapsulation by David Dane that, like, really gets at the heart of one of the biggest ways the public is going to check the Donald Trump administration. Because that line is already going down. There is an association between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And that association is starting to drag Donald Trump down. At some point, there's going to be a calculation made by Donald Trump that he's going to have to cut Elon Musk in order to save his own skin. I don't know when, but that consumer sentiment for Elon is rock bottom. People fucking hate that guy. Okay? And I gotta say, even if Donald Trump decides the trade-off for money is worth it, eventually that consumer sentiment is going to consume him. Like, it's either there's going to come a time where he's going to be like, do I value the world's richest guy, or do I value, like, people not wanting to set up guillotines? And he might choose the money, thinking it'll keep him safe. We'll see. Will he eventually throw Pete on Husk under the bus? I don't know. I can't tell you that. But I do know that eventually there's going to be a question of which he holds on to. Is it going to be like his cult base, or is it going to be Elon? And I don't know which way he goes on that one. Stock crash might do it. $14 eggs might do it. We'll see. Let's see. Here. I think maybe a good way of ending our hopeful segment is with this. This is Rua Roman I believe she's House District 97 in Georgia.
And anyone who keeps saying things like voting doesn't matter, calling doesn't matter, emailing doesn't matter, being involved doesn't matter, to me, that's an up. Enough. We need everybody right now. I cannot guarantee that things are going to be okay. That's never something any of us can ever guarantee. But what I can guarantee is that if we show up, at bare minimum, we have built enough infrastructure together that we can take care of one another. And anyone who keeps saying things like,
and like that's kind of where we're at. You know? That's where we're at. We need people who are going to help. We need people who are going to do their best to stand in solidarity with one another. We need people who are going to build upon what we've all built together and do more. And one of the things here is that no one is coming to save us except each other. Like we have our neighbors. We have the supports that we've built ourselves. We have, the power in these arms, these legs, these voices. We have that power, and that is not a small amount of power. Vote, protest, call your reps, organize your local area, organize online. Organize. Because we make the difference. And, like Rua Roman says, no one can guarantee you that it's going to be okay. But that's kind of the secret, right? No one has ever been able to guarantee anyone that it's okay. It is only through cooperation, through working together, that we build a world where we can be okay. And that takes work, takes dedication, it takes hope, and it takes all of you guys. As you work to improve things and make things better, you are not alone. We're all in it together. Whether you're someone who's watching a stream at 3:30 in the morning on a Monday night, or you are someone who's been streaming for 7 hours until 3:30 in the morning on a Monday night. What we got is what we've always got. That's solidarity with each other. And I think that's a lot more than a lot of people realize. So, that being said, remember, folks, call your reps. You can use 5calls.org in order to make that happen. Okay? Also, get out there and protest. Go to the anti-Tesla protests if you can. Go to your local indivisible protests. If you don't see one, consider making one. And of course, join the Discord. I'm going to be doing a little work on there to stir up some good digital trouble. And I do hope you'll join us. We also got different ways you can help the online community, whether through mutual aid, helping to transport, or any number of other activities. Got places to talk about protesting. We got places to talk about basically anything. So join the Discord, and consider getting a little involved in the community we've built up to try and help each other. Is there anything we can do up here in Canada? We're just kind of facepalming here, waiting to see if the tariffs go through. Oh boy, genuinely, I have no idea. Maybe just continue to pressure your elected representatives to hold strong against the imperialist reach of America. Because the more difficult you make it for us, the less likely they are going to be to actually try and follow through. One of the most important things that you can do, maybe call upon your elected representatives to level targeted sanctions against, like, Donald Trump's businesses, Elon Musk, Facebook, any of these billionaires that have been active in Donald Trump circles. Targeted sanctions against them would be an excellent thing to call for. Same here in Brazil, same here in the UK. Yeah, call on your elected officials to target specifically like the wealthy billionaires who are pushing this in America. Because fundamentally what is happening here is there's a bastard child formed of, you know, Donald Trump and his personal interests and thirst for political power alongside the thirst for, you know, massive wealth from these billionaires. And hitting them in their pocketbook certainly is going to get their attention. It'd be funny if the EU sanctioned these billionaires. Well, I know that the EU is looking into regulating X, you know, Twitter. And that could be really great. You know, stronger data protections, stuff like that. There's a lot, I think there's a lot economically folks can do if they get the support of their legislators. But folks, gotta get to work. And if you're in a country that's not the United States, learn from our example and fight to keep your institutions. Fight to keep your public utilities, your public infrastructure. Fight to keep your public health care. You know, fight to keep that. It's worth fighting for. As someone in a country that has precious little of it, it's worth fighting for. And beware the specter of neoliberalism, the reaper that comes for your institutions. Oh boy. We did it. Finished the segment, folks. We did it. Hit that follow button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Consider dropping those subs and donos. And super chats, memberships, etc. Get yourself a nice little heart emoji in the YouTube chat. Holy shit, that was a hard stream. Oh, God. I was running on empty before we started. Thanks for streaming. You know, I am really glad that you folks appreciate me streaming, because sometimes it's hard when people like flame out in chat, it makes me feel like maybe I'm doing something wrong, but maybe that's just going to become more common the larger I get as a streamer, and maybe I need to learn how to deal with that a bit better. You know, it's difficult being someone who values clear communication and is deeply disturbed when people don't understand what I'm saying. It's hard to just like move past a misunderstanding. It's hard to move past it, and it's also like, I don't know, hard not to take it personally in a way I probably shouldn't, you know? Wait, are you me? No, I'm just kind of autistic. You know, I got an anxiety disorder, chronic depression, and you know, maybe a little bit of autism. Yeah, Ember Brains, it's fucking gross what this administration is doing to vulnerable communities, especially the disabled community. Yeah, if you're having a rough time after today's stream, I highly recommend like taking a bath, like a hot bath or a shower or something to kind of like, I don't know, take up your senses a little bit, cuz it can help. It's definitely going to get more wild more often as your viewership grows. True. Stumbled across this stream while I was scrolling, inspiring words. As I scroll on Twitch the last few months, I usually only come across MAGA nonsense, so I appreciate finding people speaking up. This is an information war and will continue to be. You need to be strong. I've been trying to affect change where I can, but what you say is true. We're not alone. The cruelty is supposed to make us feel isolated. We're not alone. True, Gray Noise, and also true. Twitch is a platform absolutely inundated by this MAGA shit. The fact that Twitch tolerates folks like Asmongold on this platform is disgusting. Dude's literally on his stream these days doing Holocaust denialism. Gross shit. Yeah, the left tech cat, it would be really cool if we could build our own little utopia, but unfortunately, we gotta make do with what we got. Honestly, the second we can get a better platform, we should. True. We need to start colonizing Rumble. Start streaming on Rumble. We'll make Rumble great again. With you know, leftism. Oh god. I'm not modding Rumble. No one should no one probably needs to moderate Rumble. If you're in the Rumble chat, you know what to expect. You know it's going to be a bunch of weirdos. My dad believes a lot of stuff like Project 2025 was fake. Is there a good way to let him know what's going on without looking obsessed with politics? Not really. Sadly. Like, you could probably find like a good video that or a good like collection of talking points.
Wish I could be here for the hard parts. Sadly, dysphoria got me messed up lately. Thank you for putting in the work. I feel I can't do both Jack and chat. From Caracal.
Yo, it's okay, Caracal. and I totally understand. I get dysphoric too, so I know. Majority Report's still great. I need to get Mike Figueredo back on the show. I like talking with Mike. Humanist Report is good eggs. And as we all know, eggs are the most valuable commodity in Trump's America. Legal Eagle did a good video on Project 2025. Ooh, Lee Kessner. Yes, I think Lee Kessner's advice is good. If someone doesn't believe that Project 2025 is real, from you, they might believe it from a handsome man in a suit who's also a lawyer. That might be a good one. I think that'd be a good piece of advice. Legal Eagle's also just a 10 out of 10 channel. Made a short meme video featuring Sam and Emma. What is this?
I've got so many, we get so many stories coming at us. It's like drinking from a fire hose. But there are a cadre of people out there who are going to hold Trump to account for hiring a seed oil lobbyist.
Yeah, split him.
So good stuff.
I mean, it's crazy.
I was pretty pumped back in the day that I went to school with a Kennedy. She posted about it being so proud of RFK Jr. with a picture of them in the Oval Office. I went to school with a dumb Kennedy.
Oh no. Balthazar 228. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And also, like, oh no, I'm so sorry.
These sorts of things. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary guy, literally worked for Soros a couple of times as a hedge fund guy.
Right.
And Trump's just like,
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came.
And
no, come on, this is gross. This is all about Trump's cookie party when they're in that weird circle jerk thing. I don't want to hear about that.
Jeff Bezos came.
Oh, stop it. Jeez.
Gates came. Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Numerous times.
And of course, Stephen Miller ate the cookie. Little Stephen ate the cookie. He's the one who gets the cookie. Here, we
whoever
gave him
asked
the
him that
cookie.
question,
We give him the cookie.
great setup.
We give him the cookie. We gave him the cookie. He wanted it.
Who's all come
Holy
here,
heck,
Mr.
I
Trump?
just realized
He's
I
wanted
didn't have
it.
a star. I fix.
He wanted the cookie, so.
I can't even look at you right now.
You are having an emotional breakdown right now.
Talk about seed oil.
Oh,
come on now, me.
There you go. Stephen didn't like that joke. He'll still eat the cookie, though.
I do really like that consistently Emma Vigeland is low-key the dirtiest one on the show. I do enjoy that. Sometimes she just throws out a joke that is way dirtier than you were expecting, and I, for one, appreciate them as a fan of potty humor. Oh no, not cookie. Thoughts on Nomiki Konst? Didn't she just get like revealed as dating Bill de Blasio? Isn't that what she's up to these days? Oh god. There's so much coming. Oh god. Very knifey duck. Thank you for subscribing as well. I appreciate it. dating Dil Didazio. Yeah, Leah Miller makes good videos. I agree. I don't watch like a ton of other people's content, so I'm not entirely sure. She's very straight-laced 99% of the time, so when it slips out, you see she's just like the rest of us. Yeah, it's nice.
This reminds me, I always felt jealous about people who got to play Soggy Biscuit. From Caracal.
Wait, what is Soggy Biscuit? I don't know what that is. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Debating her boyfriend. Uh-oh. Oh no. There's a lot of people in chat saying words. It's a game where you come on a cookie. What? What? Everyone jerks off at a cookie, and whoever comes last has to eat it. Why would you play that game? Why would you do that? Why are the straights doing this? Why would the straights... Is it because the straights aren't actually straight? Is it because the straights are like a little bit gay? Is that why? You've heard of bukkake, but have you heard of bakuki? Oh god, the straights are being infiltrated. Yes, this is part of the elaborate LGBTQ plus conspiracy to gay the country. It's why Donald Trump must do the purges. You see, he ate one of the bakukis, and ever since he's had a vendetta. That only happened 6 months ago while he played it with JD Vance.
If Emma, Jack, or any other female left-leaning content creators dye their hair blonde, the West has fallen. Run.
You know, sometimes I do think that I would look good as a blonde, but not like a normal blonde, like kind of like a platinum blonde situation. Sometimes I think that could be really fun. Kind of go for a what's the Charlize Theron movie where she wears a jacket and looks really cool? Yeah, the Gabba movie. You got it. No, what's it called? What if that is a sign you're becoming conservative? I don't think that would indicate that. Atomic Blonde. No, I think if you guys saw me in it like an atomic blonde look, that would indicate not that. Like I don't think this would indicate conservative. Speaking of, why is your channel art depicting you as blonde? Because I originally was kind of like a muddy blonde hair color. But blonde would not suit you. I think I could maybe pull that off. Maybe. Maybe this is my toxic trait. My toxic trait is believing I could pull off this look. I'm so sorry. I heard the bit about people coming, then Sam started joking about a cookie. Oh, It's okay. I don't mind learning filthy facts. Tank Girl is blonde. True. True. You should go with a crazy color. At some point, I do want to do blue. I want to be the blue-haired lady. I think that'd be fun. As long as it's not Casparian blonde, never. Never. I'm still so sad that I've had her on the show. Ugh. Makes me feel so retroactively gross. Like, how are you gonna go on, like, trans ladies podcast shows and then be transphobic? Like, fuck off. It was, like, right before the transphobia arc, too. Rowan Ellis? I don't know who that is. Maybe I could pull that off. Maybe. In my head, I was picturing, like, a darker blue. From the Wikipedia article, soggy biscuit is associated with homosexuality, despite the fact that the majority of participants are heterosexual or claim to be. Well, I don't know where the homosexual connotations are coming from. God, I've been awake too long. My makeup is so ruined. You need to go on Francesca? I should. You guys should agitate for me to go on the Bituation Room. I would definitely go on and chat with her. I also need to get back on the Leftist Mafia. I think that'd be fun. I can beat that TYT cringe. I modded for a specific disgraced TYT employee's outlet for quite a while until I knew what was up. Ooh. Ooh. The letter hack would be good. Letter hack has been in my chat, so that would probably be a surer bet. I'm just really bad at reaching out to folks to get on their shows, you know? Yeah, I would definitely collab with No Justice. I don't really know much about UK politics though, and that's kind of her bag. Oh yeah. Oh, I know that guy, Gamer G. Okay, folks, my voice, as you can probably tell, is going. And it is currently 4 o'clock in the morning. Again, last call to hit the follow, hit the subscribe, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. So let's close out stream with a little bit of hopium, huh? Little hopium. Honey is good for your voice box. I think I might take a nice warm shower after this. That sounds really nice. All right.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, and the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make them cower.
Good night, everybody.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your post, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments